All right, getting started here. Started here on time. Then last second checks. Realized that I'm ready to go, and then I had a nagging feeling that I was missing something, and what I was missing was my microphone. Like that is good. Let me check. Sure, everything sounds okay. I think it does. Yeah. All right. All right. Well, welcome back to Satisfactory, our fourth live stream for this project, which is the 85 gigawatt diluted power plant, and a lot of progress to do today. By the way, my name is Vilcata, and if you are new to this channel, welcome. And you're kind of into the middle of something interesting, so hopefully you should be able to follow along. Move a thing here, it's falling over. Okay. Yeah, I need to. Whenever you see that come up for a long time, usually I'm on the other screen doing something. I think all we need to do is check our inventory, and then we're probably good to go. I need to stock the train a little bit because of work that I've done in between live streams on tomorrow's episode, which will be coming out tomorrow. It's not rendered yet. There's still some editing that needs to be done to it, but it's recorded. So it should be out on time tomorrow. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday, a good weekend. And we're get settled in because this is going to be another long live stream. Let's check our train first. Our new train station, newly reworked train station. Was it done on the last live stream? I don't remember. I know it wasn't done in the last episode. The episode's coming out. It's going to be the reveal of it being done. I feel like we had already had it done. I should not hit sort on it. I don't hit sort on this because it helps me remember, whatever the open space is, reminds me of what's missing. We're missing a cable. 5 we don't need fuel. Ooh, heavy modular frames to go with the regular frames. Yes, heavy modular frames. Grab a couple heavy modular frames. Cable. Get the limiters. I'm not sure what parts high-speed connectors, maybe the Mark III poles. Take a look. Yeah, we don't use a whole lot of them, but I think we are going to use. That reminded me, I don't think we have. We don't have Mark III wall outlets. I mean, Mark II power connectors is the bread and butter of all the builds. But given the size of our current mega project, I think that we should we should unlock it and stock up for it. So let's get another set of high-speed connectors for the train, just to be safe. Oh, we're missing circuit boards on the train. Yes. Not sure what I use circuit boards for in the build, but okay. So we put the heavy modular frames from my inventory. We still need another cable let's guess we can reduce the amount of motors. No, motors are the things that always are the gotcha. Rotors, I don't think we use it. There's when we build batches of machines, there are machines that are heavy on motors. So we'll do that. We'll grab one set of cables. We'll get a couple of heavy modular frames to restock in our personal inventory. And all of this is typically belting material and piping material. So this is all stuff we can get real easy from the warehouse behind us. So let's go get the cables, because those are the only ROA objects. And then everything else is in the warehouse. I do mean everything else now in the warehouse, because of a lot of work that I've done over the past week for the next episode, where we basically connect the electronics hub to home, finally. You know, we've been working on the electronics hub for, you know, half the series, adding, you know, new products to it, new buildings and everything, and haven't been actually exporting those products back to our warehouse at home. Just because, you know, electronics tend to be their own building hierarchy. So a lot of that has just been leaving the material on site. Oh. Actually, we should have 2 stacks on us. Leaving the materials on site because they're going to be used for something else later at the same location. So we never really bothered to bring all those things home. But now that the electronics hub is more or less done, we finally are bringing things home. Let's take a look. We don't need iron plate because we're producing iron plate at the job site, and rods at the job site now. So we're okay with not stocking those. I mentioned those because those are right here. Shortcut. I really need to do something about this yard. Eventually. And this. Oh, we have floating hyper tubes because there used to be stuff built here. And we cleared all that out. All that stuff needs to be cleared out. Do a proper manufacturing hub for ammunition. One thing at a time. Alright. I don't know if we need anything on this side yet. So those are the computer. Wait a minute, why is there... Oh, that's not right. There are 2 conveyors with computers on them. So there was a mistake I made at one point that I never pointed out. I just tried to clean up. Where some stuff accidentally got shipped and delivered here. In fact, what happened, I think, was it was some of the goods that we had earmarked for a job site. And the train accidentally docked and dumped all of that stuff, and it got through an unfiltered turn and ended up in a chest or a container. I thought I had cleaned all of it up. Actually, I know I didn't. There should be a container with a bunch of stuff in it that I don't think I got around to cleaning up. It's probably upstairs, given that that's where we're having 2 computers. I could have swore it was on the bottom floor. You can see we are delivering. All these products are finally coming here. We finally have copper sheeting on site, and silica, and oscillators, and all that stuff is now being shipped here. And the higher tier products go upstairs. That's kind of how I've broken it down. So, you know, as we go every other, we have the one on the downstairs, and then one that goes upstairs. So you can see like computers and supercomputers. Oh, I'll see right here. That. Oh no, those are supercomputers. Oh, maybe they just faked me out. Oh, that's what it was. They faked me out. It wasn't two of them with computers on it. It was one with supercomputers. Maybe I did clean the other one up. All right, well, don't worry about it. Anyway, let me talk about this. The lower tier stuff's on the bottom. So like circuit boards are on the bottom floor, high-speed connectors and whatnot, and then kind of end products or high-tier products like supercomputers and computers are on the top floor. That's kind of how I remember, if I'm looking for a specific thing, if I feel like it's a kind of an end product or a very high-tier product, then I know to look for it on the top floor. That's about the extent of my organization here. Okay. We wanted... So this should be on the top floor and isn't, but that's a different thing. So the ones on this end are coming from the manufacturing, and though they didn't get the same tiering treatment, then the things being delivered by train, so these don't quite follow the same rules. I don't think we need to get anything else. Pop off our rotors. Our stack of motors. I shouldn't be filling my inventory. Given this job site we're going to, we more or less have everything on site already. Yeah, shouldn't be doing this. Let's fill up the belting materials train and then just leave it. I don't think we need anything else. We're going to end up building a storage anyway at site and dumping a bunch of our inventory out just to have room for all the stuff we have to pick up. So let's see here. I don't think we need to do more of those because we're building on site, so I'm not going to worry about that. Reinforced plate we could use a ton of, and a little bit more of this. Let's grab, yeah, I like to have 4 and 4, so let's grab one more stack of steel beams and 4 more stacks of reinforced plate. 3 more stacks of reinforced plate. And I think we're good to get to the job site. 1 for the train, 1 for myself. And all. Come back for another stack or so of that. Inventory is way too full. I'm not clicking it in because I want to preserve the open spot. Yeah, that's good for the train. I think I just want to get a little more reinforced plate for myself. And then we'll manage our inventory when we get to the job site. I'm eager to get to work on all that. Why did I have that come up on the other side? That doesn't matter. I am just eager to get to work on this because we made so much progress last week that we're really getting into the meat of the build now. So much of the planning is done. Go to our south right. Right. Or south. There it is. Really needs to be alphabetized. We need to be able to drag it something, sort it out. And we'll just take that out. Actually, before we go, let's make sure that we have our concrete filled up. Yes. Oh, that's all right. I think we're okay on reinforce for now. Wait a minute, this is not the shortest way to the... No, 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 no. What is going on here? This is not the shortest way to the job site. There's a train going the wrong way. Do anything to the rails. To give you another chance. I think what happened is it coasted past the turn. I turned off the train. And so I couldn't make that turn anymore. I went through a lot of work to build that shortcut between the job site and here. I don't want to go the long way. There we go. Going the right direction this time. I need to clean up all of those floating platforms there. Because originally I thought I was going to have to move the rail over when, before I fixed the train stations up there. And so I was laying out how far over could I get away with moving the rail over, which is not far. But, every square counts when you're tight on space. But they ended up not needing to do it. So I need to remove those temporary platforms. There's little things, little maintenance things that you gotta do. Alright, so let's get our spreadsheet up on the screen. I didn't update the motor count. I'm pretty sure we got all the motors. My list says that we've got everything else done or supplied to the job site. Look at it looming in the distance, how large that building is. I mean, oh, that is incredible. Okay. Hop out right now because I just want to take a look at it. Oh my goodness. This is the first time I really looked at it from this angle. So interesting, we've done a little bit of the outline for what the sides are going to look like. From here, it doesn't look like it's going to be very meaningful. Just because of the scale. We'll just have to see how it turns out once we have a facade on the front and aren't looking at all those on the side. It's so big. And we still need, of course, we got one more floor. That's not the roof, right? We still have to put the packers on top of it. And there's going to be a roof on that, and then an observation, which will be an observation floor, then a roof on top of that. So it's actually still going to get a little bit taller. Another thing I really want to take care of for today is establishing where the feet of the building are going to be. and get their outline kind of done, which we couldn't do before now because we needed to start placing machines so that we could be confident in what the true dimensions of the footprint would be. Let's see. Need to turn off, cancel docking. And switch this to unload, just in case we need to send the train to go do something. We want it to leave all of our building materials behind for our use. Don't anticipate. Here, 9 to dock. Okay. And that'll unload everything into the temporary holdage. And yes, that's another thing we need to do. We need to start manufacturing of canisters to some degree. We don't have to make all of them. I think we need like a minimum of like I think it's like 6,800, right? For not okay. I looked at that and I didn't see motors. I thought it was something else. I think we need like 6,800 just to be able to supply like all the needed canisters. But then on top of that, we're going to need, overhead on canisters for just stuff that's on the, like canisters that are on the way back to the bottom to start the cycling loop again. So everything is still running. So there's going to be, we'll probably do like 8,000 canisters or something like that. Probably as a minimum. All right, let's. All right, let's get some basic stuff on us. Thank you. We're manufacturing concrete on site, so we don't too much of that. Let's grab the cable because we aren't making it on site and we do a fair amount of cabling. So we'll keep motors out because we have our stock here for the actual manufacturing. We need to make more floors, piping, all of that on us. Fuel in case of an emergency. We need to make windows, that's for signs. Don't think we need probably anything else. Ammo on us in case we have to take down and defend ourselves. I think we're good. There we go. That'll be our sorted inventory. That gives us some room to breathe. Okay. So last time we got all of the fuel generators placed, all of them. Pretty incredible. And I think we want to start placing, like maybe go to the top floor and get all the packers. We don't know what the layout is going to be of packers or the refineries. Actually, let's start on refineries. Yeah. So we break down the floor count for refineries. It's 2 floors a piece, and that's 4 floors of refineries. but the counts are different in the pairings. So this will be the diluted fuel. Okay, so 2 floors of diluted fuel. Right, and that's the packers for the water. Diluted fuel, diluted fuel. And so these are going to be more dense than the next 2 floors because we need more refineries for the diluted fuel than we do for the crude to heavy oil conversion. So we need 85, which is across the 2. I think we're going to go with the more dense first. Then we can do the easier one second. So ignore that sign, that's outdated. So the question is, do we want to do exactly 57 per floor? Might make for a weird pattern. That's there's all our motors. So let's go ahead and grab 60 worth. And we'll start working out kind of a pattern, seeing how it's gonna, because we honestly kind of need to do the math a little bit on how do we need to group these? Because, you know, a pipe can only carry so much fluid. And how do we want these to work out? So let's first just grab, because, you know, we might not do 57 per floor. We might do like 60 on one floor and 54 on another if the groupings work better for it. And this is stuff, of course, I would normally do between episodes, but the live stream, we're strictly trying to do everything live on the live stream, including all the math. Grab one extra stack, so we had one stack on us already. General purposes. We need steel pipe. I don't know, this mod that puts the signs has started to go wonky since an update. Computers. So it looks like we're more or less done with the computers. Those are probably all from the power generators. Hello, Sir X. This is a power plant. It's manufacturing power. There's a like what, 17-story or so diluted fuel power plant, which we are like almost 30 hours into building. Let's see here, what are we looking for? We're looking for pipes. Yeah, it's a true mega scale. It will produce 85 gigawatts of power when it's done. And we don't need that. We need motors. Need lots of motors. And by the way, welcome to the live stream and the channel series. Always love to see new names. I missed the pipe, the sheeting. There it is. The majority of our regular viewers show up a bit later. Keep telling myself I'm going to start later for them, but there's so many hours of work that needs to go into this that if I start too much later, then we won't get much done. Let's grab one extra sheet just in case. All right, so we need to we need to figure out how many wide. Let me see here. I think we do. It's 4 by. I think it's 4 by 11 is what my notes are telling me on refineries. Like we can fit 4 across, 11 down. So let's. Whoop. Yeah. Right. So Factorio in this game obviously share some similarities. But yeah, this really is Factorio on another level. You know, being able to work in a 3D environment really makes a difference. 3, 4, 5. Okay. 12, 13, 14. Apparently we can do 15 wide. What do we want to do for, well, let's space out how far apart we want these. So we're leaving, obviously we want to try to keep an empty space in the back for piping. These are going to need piping and conveying because it's going to be the diluted fuel, so it's going to have, yeah, it's going to have heavy oil and packaged water coming in. So I might end up flipping them around so that we can do back to back on the dual inputs. We can group the inputs. Oh, so you're a fellow cutter from Shipbreaker. Well, welcome to the other series that I do. We live stream Shipbreaker as well. Though we're not doing so at the moment because of this mega project that's taking up our time, our live streaming time. But once this mega project is done, which will probably be done in 1 or 2 more sessions, I need rods. Then we will probably go back and do another Shipbreaker live stream. I love Shipbreaker. It's such a fun game. Such a fun game. All right, we wanted to move this. So I take it you recently picked up Shipbreaker, so you're probably playing it on console. I'm interested to know how well it handles on console. I'm not a console player. And I think I'd have a terrible time with a controller in a true 3D environment. I mean, I know people who do console on a regular basis. It's nothing to them. So we widened this. We widened this at some point. Need to figure out what our dimensions are going to be here. So if that's got 2 blocks to the back, the other one has 2 blocks to the back. That gives us 1.5 in the middle. I mean, you know, I've seen people play other games where you know, that kind of movement is necessary in there with with controllers who they've just been doing it for so long that it's second nature to them. I mean, I grew up playing console games, but I'm definitely a PC person. Let's see here. So if we go with this configuration, so that's even on both sides. There's 2 on the back open spaces, 2 on the back open spaces. We have, yeah, a 1 solid and 2 halves, so that's 2 open spaces, 2 open. So this is it. This is the right. I mean, we can consider moving these forward a little bit because these are back to back, which is going to require conveyors and piping, so it could be kind of a tight fit. Oh, I forgot to do something before we came here. We were going to unlock our Mark III power wall things, so we'll have to do that later. But it might make sense to move these a little bit forward or flip them. Yeah, Shipbreaker is a real diamond in the rough. I'm glad that I discovered it, and I'd love to see more games. And it's, I'm not going to say it's genre, but with its mentality of, you know, kind of open world puzzling and just infinite replayability. I mean, I love space games, so I love the genre as well. But more importantly, it's truly a puzzling game where there isn't just one solution, and you have the real option to just kind of do it the way you want to do it. All right, I'm gonna do. These would be outputting. See how comfortable this would be. These are going to output just solids, no fluids. That'll give us plenty of room to walk down. These are the input lines, which will require fluids and conveyors. So the piping would go along there. Along there. And this is because we leave our pipes off the ground. So the only real challenge is going to be, are we going to get away with just one set of conveyors? And pipes, or are we going to stack them? Which I think we're okay with stacking them. Yeah, I played Shipbreaker from fairly early on in its early access. I didn't jump on it on day one, but the first time I saw it, I was like, "This is a game I'm going to end up playing." And I watched the progress of it for a little while. Make sure it was, a game that wouldn't be abandoned, or would live up kind of to what its promise was. And when it looked like it got, like, the developers were supporting it pretty well, I was like, all right, it's time for me to jump in on it, and I did not regret it. Okay, so we need to figure out, I think we're okay with the 4 wide like this. We can go up to 15. We don't need 4 by 15. See here. That would give us, I mean, that would give us 60, which we could do 60 and 54. That might make a nice... Or we shave off one side, which would put us down to 56 and 58. It's nice to keep, yeah, it was nice to keep an even number. I think that maybe we just do it like this. We have one floor that's the heavy lifting floor. You know, it has more than the other floor. And I think that the heavy lifting floor should be the higher floor. It's getting fed fluid first. So this should be our 4x15 floor. And this will be our 4x14 with a couple of missing ones. Let's see here. Making notes on the other window for exciting content. Watch someone stare at another screen while you. All right. Nice too. Okay, so we're gonna mirror this up here, and we need to figure out. We're not going to do the piping and conveying just yet, but we need to make sure that this is going to. They'll say we're going to we need to make sure that we can actually pipe and conveyor this configuration. But you know, honestly, we have to pipe and conveyor this regardless of the challenge because we can't really reconfigure this in any other way. So let's just build the machines. We'll figure out the math later. We've done this enough. We know that we can figure out something. So it would really help if I had power over here so I could fly. Let's corner this up. Come on, get in range of the power. Thank you. Makes it a lot easier. And we're going to do the 15 here. We'll do 14 downstairs, which means we'll have to delete all of them and offset them to center it. Welcome to OCD. That's 4, that place 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, misplaced. Is that going to be in the way? It is not. So actually, you said that you obviously you have experience with Factorio. Is this the first time you've seen this game? Because I would expect that, like, everybody who plays Satisfactory is familiar with Factorio. The communities are. I was going to say that they're intermingled, but it's almost more accurate to say that they're competitive. Our game's better than your game. Factorio obviously came way before this game. Do this for our temporary power because we're going to remove some of those. But anyway, the Satisfactory players are intimately aware of Factorio. I do like Factorio. I've played it a bit. I haven't played it since they released the final version. I really enjoyed the game, and it's good for what it does what it's meant to do. But there are some aspects that draws me to a game to this over that. One of the big ones being that resources in this game don't run out. Like, resource nodes here are infinite. The rate of extraction is the delimiter in this game versus Factorio, where you can just spam mines everywhere, and whatever rate you want to go at, the rate you go at the expense of running the mines out. Here, it's the other way around. You are limited at your rate of intake, but you never run the mines out. Hey there, Mark. Welcome back. What am I bulk refining here? I'm bulk refining fuel. These are going to be diluted fuel refineries on this floor. I thought, Mark, that you had seen some of our work. Let me hover away here real quick and show you. I also need to go to the floor below anyway, so I need to reclaim some of these. Oh, no power. Yeah, let's do that. Because we're going to move all of these over just a little bit. Here, let me hover away from the factory here a little bit, Mark, and I'll show you. Yeah, it's a crude oil to heavy oil residue to diluted fuel. So this is the building that we are constructing. So it is yeah, Mark, we've made a lot of progress over the past few streams on this building. To give you we'll fly up real quick here to give you an idea of the true scale. Show you the floors that we have. I'm not going to say done, but we have placed. So these are the the floors with the power generators that will eventually be eating up all the fuel. So we have quite a number of these. This is last week we managed to get all of the machines placed for the fuel generators. And as you can see, the floors just keep going. So yeah, Sorex, so the way they did resources differently in the Satisfactory versus excuse me, sorry, my throat's a little. Okay, there. Hopefully I cleared that out. One of the big differences in the way they handle resources in Satisfactory versus Factorio is that we have resource nodes as opposed to like minefields or mining fields, not minefields like the explosive type. And you put extractors on the specific nodes, so you don't have a whole iron patch where you just put miners everywhere. You have an iron node, and you put one machine on that, and it extracts at a maximum given rate. You know, depending on the the purity of the of the node and the level of your miner. And that's how you get resources in this game versus Factorio, where you just go and find a gigantic patch and spam miners everywhere. The trade-off is that, of course, again, you're rate limited based on how many nodes exist in the world, and the level of your tech and whatnot. But the benefit you get is that they never run out. So as you build your factory larger and larger, you can focus on the throughput of the factory without the consequence of, oh, I've got to stop because my entire factory shut down because I didn't realize my iron field dried up, and now I have to go out and find another iron field. So the factory you build becomes stable, permanently stable within reason. So it's a different focus. It's more on the focus of the building and tiering up, and less on the endless expansion. Another difference is that these are the map for Satisfactory is handcrafted. It's one large world. It's not procedurally generated. Yeah, the running dry of resources in Factorio is one of the things that turns me off from the game. I'm not criticizing it. I understand the point to it, to the mechanic. I get why they made that decision, and I'm not. If it's a different game style than I lean towards, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And there are people who like it because it forces them to continually expand outwards and outwards and outwards. I like to expand outwards when I want to, not because suddenly my entire factory shut down because I ran out of a basic resource. It's maintenance that I don't want to have to deal with. And so that's an aspect of it that I don't prefer. There are a lot of cool things in Factorio that I would like to see in this game. I think they've done a lot of neat stuff in it, especially the personal drones. I think that's an awesome mechanic, and I would love to see something like that come up into this game. I don't see that ever happening in this game. Mark, you're talking about in this game? Yeah, in this game, there will be nuclear power. There will not be solar. The developers have been adamant about that they don't want to add solar energy to this game. And the reason is because power is a resource just like iron and coal and copper and all that stuff in this game. Nothing is infinite in this game in the sense of max capacity. And so you have to manage your power sources and your power intake. And so like wind and solar will never be a thing in this game because then you could have infinite power generation. There's geothermal, but the geothermal is just like any other power source in the game. There are specific, like geysers that you can put your geothermal on. So it's a limited power source as well. Oh, ran out of stuff. All right, let's just sneak up here real quick. Oh, nope, sneak down. I only need 2 more. I don't want to get rid of those because they're telling me where I need to build. I can get rid of it. That's all right. That's good. I know where I need to build. We only need 2 of these. And there won't be space cellar. No, there's no space mirror machines. We are strictly terrestrial. I mean, we're sending resources up to our corporate overlords via a space elevator, but we won't go to space. Nope. No, Mark, this is not a hub for the map's resource nodes. It is purely for the resource nodes right here within reach. So if we look at our map, so this is the world map, more or less. We are down here in this little corner right here. And all these little pipe icons, these are crude oil nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thought there was a 7th one, but maybe not. All the power is going to come from just these. I'm really squeezing every little drop of energy we can get out of these nodes, which is why this plant is so large. So what we will be doing is we will be taking the crude oil. Where is it? We're using an alternate recipe for heavy oil residue. So what we're going to do is, it is a lot of refineries because we're doing a lot of extra steps. You know, we could take like oil, for example. We could take oil and crude oil straight to fuel and burn it. And it would take us significantly fewer refineries. What we're doing instead is we're going to take that crude oil and we're going to convert it mostly into heavy oil residue. And then we're going to take that heavy oil residue and we're going to dilute it by adding water to it to make packaged fuel. And then we will unpackage the fuel and burn that fuel. So we have to go through the process of converting everything first to heavy oil and then converting all the heavy oil to diluted fuel. The bottom floor here will be making... running out of power. Bottom floor here will be making our packaged water that we're going to mix in with the fuel. Wait for the autosave to get done here. I'm stuck in place. Thank you. And we'll send that bottle of water up to here to mix with the water, with the heavy oil and fuel. Then we're going to send it all the way up into the sky and unpackage it into fuel, and then we're going to gravity feed it down into all of the power generators. It is a total of 567 power generators, which will produce a total of 85 gigawatts of power. Which is as large a number as it sounds. It's a ridiculous overkill. We will not need to go nuclear in this run. We will do it because, you know, it's a thing to do. But we won't need the nuclear power. Shale ores are a big thing. Yeah, so you're talking about fracking, right? Is that the process that uses shale? And 4. How many refineries we need still? Well, we have 3 up there already. That's okay. 540 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got a few left over in our inventory. Don't need quick wire. Bunch more copper sheeting. We need motors and steel pipe. This is another thing. I'm not sure if Factorio has this ability to queue up your build list and breaks down the those are computers. We need to tear that down and tells you what you need for the build. But I guess it's a little different anyhow in Factorio, right? Because Factorio, if I remember correctly, like in Factorio, you don't really build a thing, right? You craft it and then place it. I guess it's a different approach. So having an item list like this probably wouldn't do a whole lot of good in Factorio, because you're crafting them ahead of time and then you go to the site with the material, with the already built machines in your inventory. Just example items, we don't need them, they're in the way. So what we need is to figure out, well, let's do this. Let's find the middle. Oh, need to be in zoop mode. What's the width? 21? So that's what, 11 is the middle block right there. So we'll center a refinery on this block. No, we need an even number, right? We're going 14 wide, so we want to split it down the middle of the block. And the back of it needs to be along that line. There we go. I put it backwards. That's all right. We'll put this one the right way. You know, we have yeah, Mark. They've taken some liberties. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So technically, the oil and water is not making fuel. We're making the fuel. We're just watering it down so that the container is full of not just fuel. Obviously, in real life, it doesn't work that way, right? Because if you fill the container up with half water and half fuel and try to put it in an engine, the engine would not be happy about it. You would not get the same amount of energy out of it. Let's see here. All right, so I think that is the offset. We should have 8 there, right? 4, 8. We have something in this game now that is like fracking, I think. Let's see here. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. They added geysers a couple of updates ago that are basically there's one central pump that's supposedly pushing, high pressure down, and then, the way they do oil drilling, where they're doing high pressure water, and then pushing the lighter fluids to the top. That's essentially what it is. Although we don't have to supply water to it in this one. Oops, that was off. But like the mines, the oil deposits for like this build are like the traditional just oil pumps like you'd see out of like Texas. Pneumatic pressure, right? So we have they introduced those, so there are those do exist. In fact, I think we can. I don't know if they show up on the map. That's up at home. I know that somewhere around here we've run into oil geysers, and I thought I marked them on the map when I found them. Oh, there they are, right there. So yeah, we don't have a radar tower in range to show the actual things. So here we have a radar tower right here, and so everything within its radius, you see that big orange line circle, is revealed for resource nodes. So we don't actually have to mark these manually. Before I did that, I wanted to line one up with it. Let's see here. It's all right. I know where it should go. Oh, moved on at the last second. One more. This one should be 2 blocks from the back. Looks right. Let's go over here where we have power poles to sustain our flight. Something you definitely don't have to deal with in Factorio because you got a top-down 2D view at all times. That's another thing I love about just the 3D environment over Factorios. Having to overlap belts and whatnot. The end goal of this project is 85 gigawatt power plant. It is purely power. If we look at a power pole, we can look at our current entire factory right now is actively drawing 15 gigawatts. If everything turned on all at the same time, it would be consuming 21 gigawatts. As you can see, we're not producing 21 gigawatts. So if everything turned on at the same time, our entire factory would crash. So it is time to expand our power generation, and we are doing it on a grand scale. We will be adding 4 times as much as we could possibly use currently. It's a stepping stone. It's where we have other large things that we're going to need to build, and I like that. I like to keep a 2 to 3 gigawatt overhead minimum of power in my factory so that it doesn't surprise me and crash. And we are within that range. And if we do another large-scale build, which our next big project is going to be aluminum, and aluminum is it's a very complex build chain. And it will be very power intensive. So we are possibly within range of crashing the entire factory if we did our next project before doing this. So we're doing this simultaneously. You know, I'm doing this only on the live streams. All right, I think that's all of them. Excellent. And I'm kind of trying to find things to do on the weekly episodes before getting to the aluminum production, because I need this to be done before we do that. Let's confirm our math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Actually, I think I built 2 more than I needed, right? 14 by 4 is our 56. We only needed 54. So we'll shave a couple off arbitrarily. Because we don't yet know how the logistics are going to work out with piping. I might take 2 off of one row and leave the other ones on the other side, but this will remind me that we only need that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep. 3, 4. So that should be our 60. That is our 114 refineries for making diluted fuel. Now, now we need 85 more for the crude to heavy oil. Yeah, Mark, the aluminum is gonna eat a lot of power. I can actually give you. We need to go back downstairs anyway to get materials for more refineries. And I happen to have a temporary aluminum setup. That right there is a temporary aluminum setup. It's only one machine. We just needed some for our Mark V belts. So I'm going to delete this whole thing and build a proper place somewhere else. But we can walk through what it takes to build aluminum. So we need water as a source. We need bauxite coming in from somewhere. We turn the bauxite and water into aluminum solution. This isn't... in fact, this is the one we're going to use. There's also one that has a byproduct of silica. Not relevant. We need to take that solution, and we need to bring coal in from somewhere, and we combine the solution with coal to produce scrap. And we have to deal with the excess water. You don't want to make a loop with it, so we actually have to deal with that water. The scrap then has to smelt into ingots, and then the ingots need to be combined with copper ingots to make aluminum sheeting. So that means we also have to have a copper plant somewhere making copper. In this case, I'm bringing in raw copper from a copper node, and I'm using an alternate recipe. Instead of just using a smelter to turn copper ore into copper ingots, I'm using refineries to turn that excess water with copper ore into copper ingots through a pure copper ingot recipe, which we will probably do that in the actual full factory. But I mean, all of this is required just to have one machine producing copper sheeting. And so we'll scale that way up to the roof. Gives you an idea of the power requirements to build one of those. Well, we'll also require silica. There's an alternate recipe I was using there. It isn't using silica. But we will be The one I'm using right now is inferior because we're only running one machine. So we'll also have to tap a quartz node somewhere and turn that into silica and bring that in. All right, we're going to see if we can actually hold 85 refineries worth of material on us. I don't think we can. Yeah, so, you know, it's good to go big on the power generation because we're going to, I mean, we're not going to use 85 gigawatts, but if we did the aluminum right now, the factory couldn't handle it. And I saw this coming, so I started this a few weeks ago. The big question is going to be, is it going to be done in time? And I think the answer is yes. We're not going to finish it today just because of the logistics. We still have to work out the logistics, as well as build the facade and everything. So there's almost no chance we're going to turn this on today. But even if I decide to start my aluminum plant in the next episode, next regular weekly episode, it won't be a one episode thing anyway. It'd probably be a two-parter episode. So it wouldn't be active for another week anyway. So we wouldn't be drawing power yet. They won't draw power until we're done with it. Very last thing I do is turn everything on. I don't turn things on in stages. I like to build the whole thing, turn it on, and watch the whole thing go through and potentially fail, and then troubleshoot as I go. Okay, we seem to be having a problem with motors. In the sense that we're out of them. Oh! This is backed up. So we probably have motors on site, they just haven't been delivered down to here. Our catch-all needs to... did I do wrong here? That's the end. Oh, nothing. It has to clear out one stack before because the first thing it's emptying is not cables, and cables were the thing that were in line. All right, so we get our motors. So while that's going on, I want to get rid of this because this was our computer storage. Or at least downsize it. I stop staring at it. Please refresh so that. Thank you. This mod that tells me how much is and what's in here for some reason lately has been. It's been acting like we have mixed inventories when we don't. Like there's clearly only one thing in that inventory. I wonder if it's reading like the front block. Worth them out if it would clear itself out. These are empty because when we started this project, we had that much material, and we've used up most of it at this point. But we don't need as many storages. All right. Yay! We have motors. Take all. We do not have enough space. So let's downsize a little bit. We won't do all 85 in one shot. That's okay. Put a little bit back. Grab some motors and just see how far it takes us. So we need a few more. Let's put some more pipes away. I knew I wasn't going to be able to carry all of these. Why did I do this? We need 250. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's perfect. There we go. So we need to find another layout because this is going to be a different. We'll do what? 42 and 43. That's 80, 85. Can't split it evenly. And the most we said we can fit on one floor was 60, so you have to split it between 2 floors. All right, well, let's find middle, right? We said number 11. 11th is the middle. We already know that we can do 4 across. So this won't be as much of a challenge. We'll just start in the middle. Let's see here. If we're going to do we're going to do 43 and 42. That means 10 refineries. That's 4 wide or 4 deep. And then paste a couple on the side as needed. So 10 is an even number, so we need to split this in the middle. Two, 3, 4, 5 on that side. 2, 3, 4. Oh, don't jump in my face. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very good. Now we have our blueprint. Seriously, this hover pack is just, once you get it, you can't stay on the ground. It's just ridiculous. $300 of building this grand factory on the floor. And the moment you get the ability to fly, it's like, oh, I cannot be bothered to be on the ground. It's wireless, so the hover pack is drawing off of my power lines, which is why I'm drawing his power lines all over the place. Which is also why sometimes you'll see, like right there, I've lost power. out of range. We do have a jetpack that uses actual thruster fuel. But this hover pack is amazing. Its range is extremely limited, unfortunately. It's like half the distance of, like, you know, there's a maximum length that a power line can be before it has to get to another pole. And the jetpack is like less than half of that distance. So it's frustrating at times, but I've never jetpacked in Astroneer. I have Astroneer, and I've played through it multiple times. They added the jetpack. I'd beaten the game long before they added the jetpack. And it just looked, yeah, it looked pretty restricting. Like, Astroneer is a fun game. But your inventory tends to be so limited that you don't want to waste a spot either on the jetpack or the fuel. You know, between the having slots for soil canisters and oxygen. I have not made the transition to working out having a jetpack. Yeah, Astroneer is a fun game, and the developers have done a good job of continuing to support it and generate interest in it by having, you know, frequent events. You know, they're always publishing like new cosmetics and stuff like that, and then events for you to play through the game again and claim those cosmetics. And of course, they're also adding new items every now and then. Like they just recently added the rail tracks, which I have no idea why I would use rails in that game, but I appreciate that they've added it for people who want to use them. All right, so this is a 4x10 grid, so this is 40. We need to add 3 more. This will be our adding 4 wouldn't help because we'd have 1 left over on the top floor. Yeah, let's go ahead and add 3. And I think we should be updating our signs. I am so lazy about getting stuff off the build menu. I will do everything I can to find one and do the pick a block button. All right, put this back here to remind ourselves. Crude to heavy oil. 43. Crude's right there. All right. Then yeah, we should be doing that for all the floors. We should probably also be numbering the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's this 5th floor. Cable? Yeah, it's a cable. And we will copy the settings for that. Paste the settings. This is 4, and there will be 42 on here once we get them built. That sign is no longer needed. Hang on, I like that better. I mean, now that we are actually dividing them up, it's no longer the self note of what the total will be. We need 42. Run over here and pick up the rest of it. I would like the one thing about Astroneer that I would like to see is I'd like to see a better in-game goal and more reason to go to other planets. Like there's no real reason like to build on other planets. I'd like to see and I don't have. Normally, I like to give, when I make constructive criticisms, I like to give possible solutions. And I don't have a solution for this. Based on the way the game is built, I don't have a solution for what should they do. What should they give us to do on other planets? I don't know, but I would like for them to figure something out. Because the other planets are cool, but you know, you basically get your initial landing site. And that's it. You know, you need I don't want to spoil or anything for anyone who hasn't played through the game who might still do it, but you know, typically you establish a few platforms next to thing that needs to be powered and power it, and then you leave and you never come back. You know, at the same location you end up setting up an air compressor to get the whatever type of atmosphere you need for chemistry. And then you just never come back. There's no reason to build a base or set up manufacturing or utilize the stuff that's on the planets. And it's a shame. It feels like a lot of wasted space because I love going between planets in games and having a reason to be there. Okay, I think that's all we're gonna need. Oh, there's nothing on that corner for me to fly up. All right. So we need to do the same as we did on the floor above. Let's see where this one starts. Oh, no, because that's the extra one. Exactly on the 4th block? It is. That's easy. So 4 in. Looks like it's on it. Yes. Why don't we have this properly? This should be our chain of power nodes that we're using for our jetpack or our hover pack. because this wall is a temporary wall and it's going to go away, which means the power that is running up and down it is also going to go away. So we need an independent line. This is supposed to be 2 in, not 1 in. I'm glad I noticed that. I would have been very annoyed. I'm trying to think of what other space building games I've played. Space Engineers, which suffers the same complaint I had about Astroneer just now, except to a much, much grander scale, which is that there is no goal whatsoever in that game. A real shame. There was a storyline and a purpose to that game to go to the other planets, I would just play that game all day, every day. Because it is so cool. They've built a great engine. Minecraft in space is what it is. I should be counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and how am I missing power? I'm literally right here next to a pole. What? How is that whole thing not? Okay. This is not connected to the grid somehow. I have a chain of power poles, none of which were actually powered. All right. Anyway, Space Engineers. I passed it up. I've had, I've spent many hours into building spaceships, and like, it's the epitome of open world building. I mean, starting from scratch on a planet and actually building, a base. This is not good. This is not ending on the same core off and then the other side started, which means this one's not either. Oh, this one is. What did I mess up? This one's ending in the correct place. Well, it's 1 block off. Those are not. Oh. We have to rebuild this whole thing. There was a gap there, and I lined up the other rows with that one. Huh. Lovely. Something still doesn't feel right here, because that's going all the way up to the line, and this one is not. Oh, no. This one should be. That's the extra. Okay, so that is inset. By 2. This is not, because I thought that was on the line. Okay. And that on the edge is the extra. Right, it was on the line because that one was offset, and I copied the other rows to it. One small error can just mess everything up. Fix it now. Oops, I took out the floor. A little overzealous with my deleting. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Problem is the interface is in the way. And 2 in. I believe that is correct. 1, 2, yeah. Okay. Redo the floor above us. Oh, and first let's repaint that piece of floor that I accidentally deleted. Color, good. I guessed right on the first try. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Space Engineers. If anyone's played it, it's like you have to more or less sort of adhere to physics in it, and it does a great job of giving you a game where it's basically a high-tech game of Legos that still manages to loosely bake in physics. You know, it has not only does it have mass associated with the thing that you're building out of Legos, but you have to pay attention to where your thrusters are. You have to balance the ships, and that couldn't have been an easy thing to do from a programming standpoint. And it's just so cool that, you know, it takes a fair amount of effort. You start off with basically nothing on a planet to build a functioning base that can refine materials and start to build yourself a spaceship that can actually get off the ground and into space, get out of the atmosphere, and then can actually operate in space because different types of thrusters. But once you get into space, it's like, all right, it made it to space. I have an entire solar system to go through, but there's no reason to go through it. There's nothing on any of the planets. There's no reason to go to any of them. There's no unique resources. I mean, there are resources that you can only get in space, but you can get them from asteroids right next to the planet that you just took off from. So there's no, like, asteroid belt somewhere that you need to find to get cool new stuff. It's purely a sandbox meant for basically PvP. People make ships with guns on them and go on multiplayer servers and blow each other up, which is pretty cool to watch. But I'm not a big fan of games that rely on their players to make the content rather than the developers making the content. It's a shame that they've gone that route because they clearly put so much work into a really, really good engine. They're clearly very capable programmers and designers. Okay, that's 40, and they look like they are actually lined up properly this time. But we just need 2 more on this floor. Put them center here. We'll go downstairs and do the exciting thing of deleting everything we've already done and redoing it. It won't take long. Oh, not downstairs, upstairs. It won't take long though because that row is centered. Yeah, because that's the extra one. This is the one that we started from the middle and worked outwards. So this one has to be centered. But then I literally one refinery I placed one block over, and happened to be the one that I used to line up all the other rows. But it doesn't take long to replace them. Right? The designing takes longer than the actual building. Once you know the pattern. That's not right. There we go. The first one's the extra. Take that out of the way. This way, there's a function in this game which is a snap to grid. And I want to, like, you can see it's moving around, and if I hit the key for snap to grid, it'll snap into place like that. So it's lining itself up. See how it's jumping between different alignments rather than free floating. And it makes it a lot easier to get these placed quickly. But if I had the other row behind us still there, the row that's offset, then it would be snapping potentially to them instead of the ones across the way. Make things more difficult. Why we went ahead and deleted the other rows. Oh, missed it. One. There we go. Such a useful feature. It's so much easier to do once we're flying. Alright, so that should be the 41 because I left one on the end. Place two more and this will be 43, and this floor will be done once again. Well, the machines will be in place. It won't be done until we pipe it. Okay, that's, I think it's 100% of the refineries for this structure. And we're done with all of the power generators as well. All right, let's see here. This was... We need to update these signs. This is our 4x14 floor. We have 54 refineries in this floor, so let's do that. Paste the new formatting. Said 54. And it says floor 3, I think. Or 2. Second floor. Centered itself. All right, now we'll copy this one. And there should be 60 on the floor above. Yeah, that's going to make it a lot easier when we come back through here and have to actually math out how the groupings are going to be for how much fluid goes in a given pipe or material on a belt. It's going to be easier to map out the floors with those notes. Make a note on my spreadsheet as well. Or 3 we went with 60. Now that I look at another part of my spreadsheet, I realized I had actually, that was a conclusion I had come to before. Going 54 and 60. Though I had gone about this a weird way. Oh yeah, my spreadsheet was wrong. So up here on the power generation floors, we'd have 6 deep machines of the power generators. And I went back and updated my spreadsheet. I put 6 by something for all the floors, but we only do 4 deep on the refineries. So this is 4 by 14. That's 2. And 4 by 15 on the floor above it. Welcome, MotoGP Sarazer. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Satisfactory. Welcome to a project of ridiculous size. All right. You're probably not seeing a whole lot of excitingness right now because I'm off screen updating spreadsheet for all the work that we have just completed. Getting all of these refineries in place. And crude to heavy. Yeah. Yeah, 454. All right, make sure that my spreadsheet is correct. It is. And we did 42 on here, which was 4 by 10. Plus 2 for the 4th floor. Four by 10 plus 3 on the next floor. Excellent. Records are updated. So now we get to start placing packers. Moto, you'll get to see the size of the building here because we need to go out to our storage. You came at a good time. Get an idea of the scale of the project that we are working on. That is the power plant we are currently constructing. It is slowly growing. All right, on one floor, we're doing all of the packers on one floor, which should be 114. I'm looking around. Oh no, my notes that I made were based on the generator floors. What did I do? Undo all of that. actual floor. Okay, there we go. Fix my spreadsheet. We need, I think 114 yes, 114 packers twice over because we need the packers on the bottom floor and then we need unpacking on the top floor, which is the same machine. So we will only be doing one floor at a time. So, packers, 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 packer, packer. Question is, can we fit the material for all of them in our inventory? It won't take a whole lot. Wow, they only take steel, rubber, and plastic? Really? It's a lot of it. So, let's just see where this gets us. I really wish these signs would stop goofing up. I have to start making signs on my own. Okay, I'm going to make signs on my own because not updating it. I need to check and see if there's an update on that mod. I don't think so, because the mod manager should have picked it up. Right there, already on the screen. There. So that thing isn't going to remind me what's in there, then those are already fine. Those are all empty, which is why they're not showing up. We need plastic, rubber, and steel beams. We'll get the plastic later because we have plastic being produced locally. Oh yeah, we're not going to have enough space. Autosave is about to kick in. Take advantage of autosave to take a drink. We may have enough space to carry all this. That would be super nice to be able to do an entire floor. Yeah. Alright, well then. We'll go up our power elevator if we can make it. Yes. Actually, oh, or bottom floor. We're not going to the top floor. Alright. I am not sure what the layout is going to be here. I am sure that we need to move these poles, though. Make sure the dimensions are right. What is going on here? Oh no, don't tell me. Oh no. I didn't expand the floors below to line up with the expanded upper floors. What? I don't want to replace all those stupid refineries. We may not need to. Did we? Oh, why did I jump without power? Oh, that's dumb. There was no power in that corner. Alright, let's see how this lines up. This lines all the way up. So, we're going to add one more layer on the front. But not on the back. That means we need to, not going to do it right now, but that means we need to push all those refineries we just placed. We need to move them. We need to move them all back half of a platform. All right, well, we'll deal with that in a bit. Do we have the resources for making... Yes. Okay. Need to expand this floor. We need to figure out what color this floor is. It was not that. Oh, it's a custom color, isn't it? Yep, which means we cannot pre-assign the color to the build palette. All right, that's fine. We'll just repaint it after it's built. Not gonna bother running power down here yet because we're still building. Yep, we definitely need one more floor. That's a little disheartening. Let's see here. Okay. We can, this is a standard. So we can do Ficsit Foundation. And it will build that color. Excellent. Fortunately, the moving, I mean, it's a little annoying having to move that many machines again, but we've seen that we've got the build pattern down, and it's just control spam, so it really isn't that big of a deal. What color was this one? Not that one. That one. We'll need to move it. No, we won't even need to move the power poles because it'll come back half a block to here. That's good. At least the power poles in the back we won't have to move. But now we need to figure out how many deep are we going to do on the packagers? We need 114. Actually, let's do wide first. It's easier once you know how many wide you can do, because nothing has to. We can put them right up next to each other on the width, because nothing has to approach from the side, just the front and back. I think they're exactly one block. Literally one block on all sides. Oh, that's easy. We can do that math without having to pre-place them. We said this is 21 wide, right? All right. 21 by... I think it ended up 22. Oh, 21 by 21. It ended up being an exact square. At least on these floors, right? The higher floors with the generators on them actually change width. All right, let's Spreadsheet. We need, let's, here. We could do 6, we did 6 rows. No, I'm like, that's not right. We have 114. Yeah, it is right. No. I'm I'm failing at math right now. What's the methodology that I'm trying to do? No, that's right. If we say we do 19 per row, because it's the exact width of a foundation. And we need 114 of them. That's exactly 6 rows. So the math was right. And let's just see what 6 rows look like. Wow, we don't need that much. So let's downsize this a lot. Six. So like even if we're generous and do 2 spaces in between, we have that much extra space. So let's say if we want to do 2 spaces in between. Offset by a half. Do this. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. I'm doing 6. I want to do more than 6 so that we don't have to do. Let's try. Well, I mean, 2 spaces in between is actually not a bad choice because all the belting and piping we're going to have to do. Like we have to bring water in and empty containers from one side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. So, yeah. No, I guess it's right. Right. We'll do 6 rows of 19. And we were 2 in on the end there, so this was 3 in. So we're backing it up by half. That way it's 2.5 in. That means we have to go in the half block here. I almost debate whether or not we just go back, 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 but I don't think so. I think I'm going to do back to back, front to front. Yeah. Front to front. back. Perfect. 2.5 in from the outside. Got it. And then just an obscene number of these. Get ourselves some. We don't have quite as much head clearance here because these machines are so much shorter. We didn't have to make the floor as tall. All right, we said 19. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Something's not right. What did I do wrong? Mm, 17. Damn it. Oh, okay, so not as much clearance on the sides. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yes. Okay. For some reason I was thinking we'd have more clearance on the sides, but no. This is going to be some really compact cabling, conveyoring and piping. This floor is going to be a true logistical challenge. But we will find a way to make it work. Boy, that number did not work out in my head. Right, because we didn't put them on the end yet. Same problem as the other one. All right. And I think that is already aligned appropriately. Yes, it is. So the power cables are not. So every couple of rows. We're gonna have to delete those. I mean, we're gonna have to delete all of these anyway, eventually. These are just literally just for our jetpacking whims. That's 3. Okay, that in the right direction, yes. Oops. A little overzealous there. Oh, and deleted the wrong thing. So we got overzealous on the deletion. Fly faster. Like our scraping our head on the roof. What was satisfying about hearing each machine starting to build while the other ones are still building. And kind of the rhythm of getting them all to build in a smooth pattern like that. Oh, this one. Oh, did it again. Oh, no, I just deleted the wrong thing. Now that I'm conscious of trying to get that rhythm going, I'm messing up. You get back in that zen. All right, that should be all of them. All 114. We get to do that all over again on the top floor. But that was relatively painless. Our inventory here. So the last floor we need to build is the top floor, which is the packers. We need to move all the refineries because floors were not evened out right. We're going to put off the packers for the moment because there's a couple of things I want to get done. We are moving really soon into actually having to start piping and conveying, and there are other things that need to be in the process before we start doing that. Okay, bring all of these back half a block. Oh, good grief. Make sure that we're just correct about this. Mark, is there overclocking in the game or in this factory? I guess the answer is yes in both cases. Sort of. So there's overclocking in the game. There's a little bit of overclocking involved in this project, but only the bare minimum needed. On a machine, there is the production rate you can adjust, and if you put power shards in, you can overclock, underclock, or overclock. Overclocking drains more power, takes more power, but it doesn't do so in a linear fashion. So your cost of overclocking goes up faster than your gain. As such, I've almost never overclock. I don't overclock production machines, but as we were talking about earlier, there's a limited amount of resources in the game because resource nodes are a thing. So the one thing I do overclock are the extractors. So like that fuel extractor right there in the distance. Since there's only so much fuel that can come, so much crude that can come out of the ground, I can't spam a bunch of crude extractors next to it to get more. I will overclock that crude extractor to get the most crude it can get out of the ground. But as far as like production machines go, it's about space, right? I just build more machines. I don't need to overclock. There are people who love to overclock everything. I'm just not one of them. Let's see here. It's 2 distance between them. And we are 2.5 from the end. So this layout works. I knew it would. I think I need one more machine that I deleted. No. 54, right? So floor above us had... Oh, right. 2 extra machines on this floor on the ends. The other one is a full grid. So yeah, we could certainly do this in a smaller place if we wanted to mass overclock. But overclocking power generators is even worse because you get less and less power per joule of energy that you're putting into it. It is the scaling is not friendly. But that would be just if I were say overclocking the power generators themselves. We could save a lot of space by say overclocking the refineries, which are just doing the conversion. They're not actually creating power. But again, there would still be a non-linear increase in their power consumption to do their job. And this mega plant's going to create 85 gigawatts of power. Without overclocking, it's going to consume 9.5 gigawatts just for all the refineries and extractors and hackers, and so we're not getting a net 85 gigawatts out of this. We're getting a net roughly 75 gigawatts. And if we started overclocking all these machines, it would significantly eat into our overhead. Also, power shards require a limited item. Limited in air quotes. There are slugs, or gigantic slugs all around the map that we basically hammer into power shards. They don't respawn, so there's a limited number of them on the map. There is a means by which you can acquire more of them. But it's a very manually farming thing that in itself has drawbacks. There are wild dogs on the map that you can befriend, and they will bring you stuff randomly from time to time. They can bring you power slugs. They can also bring you nuclear waste. But there are people who swear by overclocking and will put in the ridiculous amount of manual effort necessary to tame tons of the doggos and interact with them on a regular basis to try to find what item that they've found. And I just don't have the... No. I just don't have it. No, thank you. Alright. And even then, I still wouldn't end up using the overclocking a lot because of the nonlinear math behind the power expenditures. So you can always just build another machine. There's a lot more space. And there is available power. Although once this power plant is done, we would be free to do some overclocking if we really wanted to. Alright, that floor is fixed. To me, I didn't make any mistakes. I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention. I was just kind of running on auto. It's back half a block. Go away. Nope, don't snap to that. I'll have to do this without the snapping. Make sure we have the right orientation of back to back, front to front. 1.5. Why am I not seeing a line where I should? There's the line. Why did that not look right to me? Uh, 2 blocks distance, right? This is on the 2.5. Okay. For those who aren't familiar with it, when I keep saying the half, you know, I'm not, when I'm looking at the blueprint of the machine, I'm not looking at the actual blueprint of the machine. I'm looking at that little white outline of the bounding box around it. So on the floor here, you can see the little white line where it corners. And so like right here, I'm that little white block in the bottom left of the blueprint. Down a little closer to it. I'm lining up with the halfway mark on the platform, going across the middle, and then along the sides. So when I'm talking about lining up with an edge or a half, that's what I'm looking at. Of course, it becomes a lot easier once you have one already in place and you can just saddle up right next to the one that's already there. Be careful about not overfilling my inventory. Yeah, we got plenty of space. Facing the right way. See the power notification flashing at me, so let me get closer to a power line. That was not intended. 4 more. 2, 3, 4. Very good. Power line. Thank you. It'd be so nice if one day they ever expand the range on these cover packs, because they fall out of the sky quick. Ooh, I am seeing some stuttering there. Not sure what that's about. Around the right way. I have so many times playing this game placed whole rows of machines facing the wrong direction. It's so easy to do if you're not paying attention to the input and output lines, like the little orange input arrows. Because, you know, just looking at the actual blueprint doesn't always tell, you know, it's not always easy to tell what direction it's facing. Got to look at the input-output lines. Oh, no, I don't want to get rid of the 4. Got that one anyway. Paint it to match. Thank you. We're going to need to move that power line. That one's close to it. Let's just move all 3 of them. Mark it for deletion. Mark it for deletion. And delete. Oh, wrong place. Or need one more. One more. Alright, that entire floor is now fixed. I don't think we need that any. Oh, what a lot of plastic in there. Holy cow. Okay, well, we'll put that to good use real soon. That's one of the things that we're going to need to start doing. We need to start making containers. We're going to need a lot of them. It's not the next thing that we need to do, but we need to do it soon. We can't fire up the factory until we have all the containers. They can start making while we're piping and all that. It'll take too long to make them. Okay. Half. We've got both of the floors done for the heavy oil to diluted fuel. Not aligned. There you go. This is actually where it should be. Yeah, it is. It's flushed up against. That's all that was important to me. Whoop. I'm gonna leave the last one because that tells me where to stop, because this floor doesn't go wall to wall. Two more. I'm so glad that we get a 100% refund when we delete an object. Okay, didn't get any flooring, good. Over. I'm seeing in certain angles, I'm seeing slowdown, and I think it's because of all of those shadows. It's, you know, all the input and outputs that are underneath it, that it's having to draw. Because the video card can't occlude those. Left one. It has to calculate what can be seen through the solid object. I suspect that maybe that's... Those are starting to add up with every floor that we have below us having to render. I really want to update my video card. I mean, it's a great card and it has been a workhorse, but just it's about ready for its retirement. That's as far out we need to go there. Right, so there's just 2 overhanging on this floor. That one we delete. Add up to the line. Yep, perfect. Someday this video is going to be replayed in a psychology lecture for signs of OCD. This is what OCD looks like. If you see this in your child, get them help. That'll be a PSA. We are almost done with the rebuilds. Just so close. Last floor. And I assure you, this is a very small example of what ends up happening when I'm not live streaming. I will go to even more extremes than rebuilding things. I think I'm just right. But I mean, like, especially in a project of this scale, you know there's something that's off at this stage. You gotta do it now. You can't. If everything's baked in. Just rip off the Band-Aid and fix it right at the start. Not gonna make it. Oh, made it. And that goes right up to the line. Perfect. Where the power is. If we go up high enough, we can draw power from the floor above us. Back to back. Halfway mark. Where's my line? Not good. Why am I not seeing the line? Right? There's the... I think the cable's getting in our way. That's what's happening. I think the cable's getting in the way of our targeting the exact space we need to be in. That was... See, that's not in the halfway mark. That's wrong. That's halfway. Yes. One more row to go. All the way up to the line. Got that lined up there. Go back to 2.5. Right? Yep. Perfect. Ran out of materials means that must be the last one. Ow, ran out of power. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, so that's 40 and the 3 extra, so there should be 43 on this floor. According to our sign, we have 43. Excellent. Now it's 42. Yep, 60, 54, and we just need to make sure this sign right here is correct. It is. Didn't even need to update it. It was already correct. I think I wanted to match the style. All right, so we need the last machines that we need to place in the building will be the other 114 packers on the top floor. We still need to place all of the water extractors, but we can't really do that yet because we don't really know where to put them. Somewhere in this lake. But what I want to do first is I want to kind of settle on a thing. I think we're going to add one more layer on the front and back. We need to go all the way up to the power generator floors, because those are the floors that are wall to wall. Right, so that's wall to wall. So we're going to put another layer on the back and the front, I think, which isn't going to affect all the machines that we just placed, because it's an even amount on both sides. This is going to be our final dimensions. See, I knew the building wasn't coming out to a complete square. I was confused by the 21 by 21. Forgot we're going to add these. Oh, this is fine. Have a material. But for what we're doing next, we need to have the dimensions cemented. That's going to give us a little bit of breathing room for these being up on the edge, because, you know, looking at it from the side, all you see is the wall of the machines. And I don't know if we're going to put windows here or not, but if we do, I don't want the machines to be right up in its face, and I would like to have some room to walk around and look around. So we'll worry about the wall in the back, the edging on the back later. We just care about our dimensions. We need materials for making floors. I'm not even going to put all of them on the all the floors yet. I'm just going to get some material for building foundations. And then I want to start defining the legs of the building, which is why we need to have the full dimensions. Good for now. And of course the feet are going to be on obviously the bottom. And we need to know where they are before we can even consider where we're going to put our water extractors, because this is going to take up some of the space. But also the feet will have a function. So if we go with... Oh,
Your contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
Ignore that lady talking to us.
Harvest.
Quiet lady, I'm not harvesting it. There's an alien artifact nearby. Somewhere. That is trying to get itself in our pockets. I want a footprint that's at least 4x4. Probably gonna be larger. Go with please turn the right way, thank you. I don't think it's going to come from that floor. Down, not up. Fine. Make that, and then he'll have to let me go down. Oh, that was a theory. There we go. Yeah, we're at least going to start with the second floor. Say if we did that.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
Lady, you're gonna make me go build in another corner if you're gonna keep piping in my ear.
Harvest.
I don't know if these will be the walls that we're gonna end up with, but I just want to get the dimensions of what it would look like.
Your contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
So if we did something like that,
Comply.
and then the wall would come back in like that. This would... That does seem a little bit large, but is it?
Personnel in the
1,
area.
2, 3.
Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
That's upside down. Not what I need. I could have swore there was an outward one that they added recently. Not seeing it. Let's have to go with this. Look, it's the Triforce. The problem here is that we don't have diagonal walls. That's not a thing.
Harvest.
Hey, Greg. Welcome back. Did I buy what? Oh, the outward corner piece? I don't... Is that what you're talking about? I don't...
Legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
Is that something that we haven't bought? Well, it's both for aesthetics, and we are going to use the footprint.
Harvest.
So what I care about right now is defining the footprint so that we can actually use it, because the foot.
You are so lucky.
Shut up, Lee. Leave us alone. I don't even know where the
artifact.
stupid artifact is. We're going to use the foot, so we need to know its footprint. So it's both. We're making sure the aesthetics will be fine, so we can define what the footprint's going to be like, because the aesthetics are more important than the size of the foot. We'll check and see if I think I've got everything wall-related purchased, but let's check, because there was something I wanted to buy.
Comply.
Which was the Mark III wall mounts. We don't have the sticker. We don't have the tickets with us, but walls. Yeah, I've got all the. What's it? Walls. I thought there was a inverted version of those concave walls that they added recently. I just apparently am mistaken. Oh, there you go, Greg. You're right. It's the roofs. That's what they are. And no, we don't have them. So we will have to get them. Thank you for pointing that out. I know I'm not crazy now. So yes, I think that these will serve our purpose. And they will, because we don't have diagonals for the walls, that would even out the edging to let us do straight walls down. So that's what we needed. Thank you. I'm going to just trust that they're going to work, because I obviously don't have the tickets on me right now. We're going to have to go back anyway to buy, because we need... We need these as well for this project. I'm not too worried about that. We're just going to say that that's the dimensions. That if this looks okay, these will be the dimensions we'll go with. This might be too large, and so we might not.
Multiple Ficsit personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
Yeah, I think that those can be blown up. Oh yeah, it's highlighted. I can cut it down. So yes. Some of these feet are going to run into things that we can't get rid of, so I'm not too worried about that. But this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 by 5 would be fine. As long as it looks okay, having a 5 by 5 space will work for our needs. We could also get away with the 4 by 4. And we don't actually need to build the feet right now. We just need to know that that is what we're going to go with. So it would look something like that. we'd make it look nicer than this, but see, like that might even, that probably needs to go higher, like start on the floor above, and then just have straight walls coming down. Like these would probably come out up here instead. Or anywhere along the way. But that's okay. It flares out enough. I think that we can make feet out of it. So we'll call this our literal footprint. We'll worry about the aesthetics of it later. We'll just put these out here to kind of remind us that maybe this is, you know, we'll adjust the height later on when it's closer to building the actual facade. Please just go any way except for the way I need you to go. And this will give us our dimensions from the edge, is what we really need. So starting from the edge, we're going to go out by 2. And then we can pack the rest of the footprint underneath the building. And if it doesn't look right, like if they need to be larger, we can span them out further. We don't have to use the entire interior of the footprint, but we know now that we can have at least a 5x5 interior. So that's good. Now we just need to figure out where we want to call the floor. Right down to the water. Oh, autosave. Time to take a drink. And Mark, back to your question about the deleting that thing. Not only can we cut that one down, but there are some objects similar to it that can't be cut down, but they can be blown up. And we do have explosives on us, so I think in that case we were pretty well covered. We're making sure this is in 2 meter increments. And then our bottom floor. That would end up in the water. If we did 2 1s, it would be in the water. Let's just do 1. Okay, this is going to be our bottom floor for the inside of the foot. And it's probably going to be even with where we put our water extractors, which is kind of why I wanted to get it down here close to the floor. So 1 more. And we should probably, even though it doesn't actually matter in the game, make it a material that won't rust in the water. So let's go with our coated flooring. I think we can stay with the blue. This is all going to be a hidden interior. So
Harvest.
I am not harvesting that artifact out of spite. All right. That's going to be our first foot. Need that for a reason. What's our truck like? Da, 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 da. Dun, dun. That's why we need it. We are going to start putting down power storages. And that's why we want to do this now, because it takes time to charge them. And this is going to be how we're going to jumpstart this base once it's done being built. There's no way to speed up the process of batteries charging. There's just no trick in the game. They charge at a maximum rate, and that's that. So if we built them last, after we had everything else built, we'd just be sitting around for however long it takes and twiddling our thumbs. So we want to get them built now, or any time before we're, done, so that we can start charging them. Annoyingly, they are not exactly one square, so to center them, I have to do it kind of manually. We're just going to fill up the foot. And we have, of course, 4 feet, so
Breaking news from
we will have a ginormous amount of batteries in this
World President urges all citizens to do their part
structure.
to harvest alien artifacts.
And these batteries will be isolated from the rest of the factory. Once the power plant is operating, we will completely isolate all of the power batteries from the entire factory so that they cannot be drained without our knowledge. They will forever be safe behind a switch, so that if our factory ever does crash, they can jumpstart the factory. But their initial purpose is going to be to jumpstart this power plant, because this power plant takes 9 gigawatts, or 9.5 gigawatts to run, and we don't have 9.5 gigawatts of overhead. Across our entire network. Okay. We're gonna have to figure out how we want to do the wiring later. Let's get these bad boys charging. I'm pretty sure we do not have enough material on us to do 100 of these. I don't remember how much we brought. That's not a big deal. And we're going to... This will be moved later, but we're going to put the blueprint of what needs to be done here. And I don't have an AI limiter on me. Yeah, we'll do it later. All right, so all those guys will start charging. Very good. We over doubled the capacity of our batteries across the entire network. just from this one foot. And we're going to do that 3 more times. Well, what will happen is
Comply.
we are going to, all 4 feet will be tied together on a single circuit. They won't interact with anything else. So there will be one power line running probably around underneath the base or somewhere isolated that doesn't connect to anything else that ties all 4 of the feet together. Then they will all go into a switch, which will then lead to the power plant, and then the entire power plant. So it'll go to a power node, which will go to the power plant. That node will be the master power node for the entire power plant. So the power plant will only be connected to that one node. That node will go to another power switch, and then that power switch will go to the train station, which connects the entire power plant to the rest of the factory. That will allow us to isolate both individually, both the batteries and the power plant from either from each other or from the entire factory. And so we can shut off the switch so if the factory dies somehow, ever, we'll be able to flip the switch to isolate the power plant from the rest of the factory, and then we'll turn on the switch from the batteries, which will power solely the power plant. Kickstart the power plant. Once it's back up and running self-sufficiently, then we can flip the switch back to the rest of the factory. That's the scheme. Realistically speaking, this 85 gigawatt power plant will never die. But you know, a couple of streams ago, we did manage to kill the entire thing due to trains getting all backed up. So you know, just once bitten, twice shy. We're not going to let that happen again. So we're future-proofing this. I actually want to get that. I want to make that switch. Did I? We needed those. Okay. And I'm gonna get the materials for another 25. I'll put another ones on this corner here. And we'll worry about the fine points of the wiring later. Let's also grab a floor. We know our height. I'm actually going to leave that because we're going to put water extractors somewhere around here, and that'll give us our alignment ahead of time. So that's the 2 out on that side. 1, 2 should be our 25. I'll be glad when we have all these temporary power poles cleaned up. Such a mess. So I'm pretty sure we don't have enough materials with us to do all 100 of these, but let's get a bunch of them out for now. Oh, moved at the last second. I'm gonna run into flooring. Get so used to being able to snap machines together that manually line every one of these. All right. Before we need to do the other ones, let's see here, we need to expand before we forget that this back row needs to go out. Oh, that's going to be in the way of our foot. That's, I mean, this doesn't need to stay here, but for now it's making our concrete that we need. Yeah, we still need to come out one more on the flooring. We don't need to put anything on here. It's going to be the dimensions of the building, so I'm not worried about these things being in our way. Take care of them later. However, I want to paint these floors while I know what color they belong. I think while I'm over here, there's something else I want to do. Grab. How do I want to do this? Right here. Now, where do I want it to be? I think I want it to be outside of, because I don't want to add any more things into the building's dimensions that aren't going to stay there. We need to put a foot here as well. Park this over here, and then later on, when we need it, we will. Move what we need to move. All right. Oh, we are seeing stoppage there. All right, good. Oh, we're gonna have inventory space. It's all right. I'll need one anyway. All that. All there. Start making empty containers. And then not have my inventory on me so I can't actually draw a cable. And this can just be running in the background, right? Because we only need X number of containers, and then we never need to make them again because they get recycled as part of the loop. So that's going to make us 4,800 of the ones we need. And we said we need around 7,000. So probably another full container of those to fill that up. And I think we'll be fine. I think it'll probably be more than we need in the entire loop. Hey Jake, how you doing? Yeah, the saying the batteries look like the old nickel, was it nickel cadmium, like that, the original rechargeable batteries. I think that probably is part of the design. They do look a bit like copper tops. If we repainted them orange and black, they could easily be Duracells. You know, now that we say that. Copper top, I actually have this is literally the color code for copper. I looked it up a long time ago. There we go. They are now Duracells. Will be the official color of our batteries going forward. Now if I can get a sponsorship from Duracell. Oh, we have a battery. It's out of. I probably will. I'm still waiting for the sponsorship from Pepsi. Pepsi, call me. Don't know why they would want to sponsor me. Good stuff. While we're at it. I'm just going to let these charge from now. I don't think I'm going to bother ones in the back yet because we have stuff in the way. I don't know if I'm in the mood to move all of it right now. So we need, of course, we need to get the rest of the batteries. We need to get our packers built. I don't know if we want to do our water extractors first, or if we want to start doing our logistics first, because we're going to kind of need to know where we're going to run the pipes to. Go ahead. What is this? Well, there's my missing gas and I've been wondering where these are gone to. I've been looking all over for these. Why in the world did I leave them down here? That's so random. Yeah, they are right where I left them. Nobody has snuck in here and taken them. I don't remember putting them there. want to at least get the feet in place. Is that aligned? Yeah. 2 out. Two out. Oh, looks like just barely gonna miss that cliff. Excellent. I thought for sure that the foot was gonna land on it, which, you know, I didn't want to because it's got that sand ore deposit that we'll never use. All right, so that's our footprint for this side. And I think, Jake, that we're probably not far from, oh, the dirty water. Ugh, get me out of this. Give me electricity. Come on. All right. I was about to say, I don't think we're too far away from 1.0, to be honest. I mean, you know, they've already talked a little bit about update 7. And how they want to include things like, you know, finishing out or fixing the AIs for the monsters and stuff. But, like, I don't think we're going to see much more in content. I will be surprised if we see another tier on the space elevator. I think at this point it's going to be mostly going to probably be after update 9. I don't expect that we'll get to an update 9. I wouldn't be surprised if update 7 is the last official update before 1.0. I think mostly they have, you know, just mechanical stuff to work out and storyline stuff, or to deal with the sand more and all that stuff. I don't think that they're doing much in the way of factory stuff at this point. I can be completely wrong on that. But it's been a long time since we saw any kind of indication of... I don't want to delete it without having to... Just move it. It's been a long time since we've seen anything factory related in the game, right? We haven't had new products in a long time. We haven't had any new milestones in a very long time. We've seen balance tweaks and changes to recipes. But we haven't seen anything new for a while, for a long while. And I suspect that we are more or less there on what's going to be recipes in the game and product lines. I know they got a good ways to go on, you know, like fixing out all the AIs and anything else quality of life stuff. I mean, the cake in Portal wasn't a lie. There was cake. I know they were saying cake is a lie, but there was cake. If you beat GLaDOS, you could get cake. Yes, cake was definitely a distraction. The promise of cake was a lie, but the cake itself was not. Yeah, I really feel like they're gearing towards, you know, like we've seen most of the major updates to the map, I think, are done at this point. There will probably be still small changes, but with the Spire Coast being rebuilt, I think that's going to be our last major land change. The map itself is probably pretty close to where they want it. Right. You know, they'll probably just, you know, in balancing passes, change some recipes a little bit and maybe move some nodes around. Maybe add some nodes to make the Spire Coast more interesting than just being an oil place. But I don't think they have any real major systems to do anymore. I think after update 7 comes out that they will announce that the next update will be 1.0. This is my gut instinct. I can be completely off base. They haven't said anything. I don't have any inside information. I think that once they get this balancing done, it's going to be storyline stuff. So the purpose of Sam Moore will be added, and all the artifacts will gain a purpose. Some kind of ending will be attached to it. I imagine the ending is going to be something Subnautica-ish. Hopefully it'll be something Subnautica-ish, building our own rocket to leave or something like that, you know. The only major reason why I could see them avoiding, like intentionally avoiding the ending being us getting off the planet is because Subnautica did that and Factorio did that. Right? I mean, it's been ages since I played Factorio, so I can still be off on this. But the last time I played Factorio, the end goal of the game was to launch a rocket. And, of course, Satisfactory is inexorably tied to, you know, in popularity and in association to Factorio. There's just no getting around it. So wanting to differentiate themselves from Factorio would be understandable. Well, yeah, certainly, Greg. I mean, it is a sandbox game in the sense that you can build just for the sake of building, but I feel like the game needs a goal. You could just keep on playing after you've completed that goal. Which a lot of people will do. I mean, look at how many Minecrafters are out there. That game has absolutely no goal. But this isn't a base building game. It's a logistics game that happens to have base building in it. The building and the building aspect of this game has a purpose, whereas if you look for something like Minecraft, you build for the sake of building. Yeah, currently the goal of the game is the final stage of the elevator, but that isn't going to be the final goal of the game. Because that goes back to building for the sake of building. We need to be doing something with our factory. And with the presence of Sam Orr being in the game and the artifacts, obviously something's going to happen in the game to bring it into a storyline. Boy, the rail line looks awfully nice from up here. I just want to run to the end and take a look. You know what? While we're running to the end, let's actually build the floor. Let's figure out what color this floor is first. Customize already applied, so that is the one. I think that's the one I clicked on. Right? That's right. I just wanted to run to the edge to look over the... So this is going to be our... This is the next floor we're building on. This is going to be our next packer floor. And then we will have one more floor above it, which will be our observation deck. But this is more or less going to be our view from the observation deck. You know, the only shame about this view is that we are on the other side of the map from all of our buildings, so we can't look at the grandeur of our factory because it's hiding on the other side of those mountains. It's a little unfortunate, but it's okay. There's going to be something large over there. I've got pretty good ideas on what we're going to do there, and we still have to do our aluminum next, which will likely be somewhere on this side of the map. That big old open area might be nice, you know. We can go anywhere because we have a good rail network going, so we can expand anywhere. So, you know, I don't know yet where we're going to do our aluminum, but we're not tied to bauxite because we already have way over there. We already have a station that's attached to bauxite, so we can deliver our bauxite to anywhere we need. It's so cool being able to look at a whole map. That's the Dunes Desert. Yeah, I'm glad we built this. This is going to be such a cool building when it's done. All right, we need, let's do packers. And get rid of this extra junk in our inventory. So we'll go down to the first floor. Remind ourselves on how we had laid out the packagers so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Geronimo! Oh, did I have power? That's right, we can see power along the way. This thing won't go into glide mode if it didn't get powered at some point. So there we go, it's power at once. And start gliding. I still have no idea how this thing glides. Doesn't make any sense. I'm glad it does, I just don't get it. Alright, we can get rid of our junk. Picked up all of the limestone. We moved the production. Okay, what about packagers? 1, 2, 3.5 in, and 1 off the side. Pretty simple. This is facing backwards, right? Yeah, it's facing that way. I am genuinely not looking forward to all the belting and piping that's going to be necessary to get these packagers, because they are so tightly boxed in. Wait a minute. Don't do this to me. 1.5 in. Did I say there's 3.5 in on the other side? Don't tell me the packages are misaligned. Oh, no. How did this happen? We compensated, didn't we? Okay, so this is the official back side of the building. The wiring isn't going to be too big of a deal. We're going to unlock the Mark III holes, and we can mount them on the ceiling. So there'll be a nice wiring across the ceiling that will just hang down to everything. It's going to look great. Okay. Oh, this is... Okay, so this is not good. The packages are fine. We don't need to move them. The problem is that we didn't expand all the way down, which means the feet are not correct. They need to move forward. Grief. It's not one thing, it's another. Although it's going to be easier to move 5 of the batteries than it is to move all of the packagers. So there should be another edge here. Because that is the... After we put the extra edge on for the other floors. Okay. Let's do this now because they're charging. We need that to be correct. Also want to... change the crossover. So I want the outer corner to be our connection point. Better we discover this now than later. That will be the thing that goes to the corner. Because you can only connect 2 connections, so they have to daisy chain. That's why I changed the order in which they are crossing over. I'm not going to worry about the wall stuff for now. It gave us what we needed to know. And we needed to come over here anyway to get all of our materials for the packagers, so... Yeah, a little overzealous there. There we go. Look at them freaking out because they lost their power source. They're like baby birds. I saw a documentary not too long ago about birds that invade other nests for you know, they'll put their eggs in other nests and don't raise them themselves. Which was something I was aware that some birds did, but what I was not aware of that I learned from it was that not only are the mama birds that are laying the eggs, you know, in on the deception of, you know, swooping in and plopping down their eggs in an existing nest for someone else to raise, but the babies themselves are also in on it. Like it's so instinctually ingrained into them that they showed the invader eggs hatching first, and they would either have the instinct to like peck at the other eggs that didn't belong to their family to kill the babies before they hatched, or they would actually throw the other eggs out of the nest. And it was just like the birds can't even see yet. The little baby birds can't even see, but they showed them pushing their backs up against the other eggs and their wings up against the edge of the nest, and then using their butt to wiggle the eggs up and over the edge. It's like that's in their instinct, was to get rid of the competition. It's like, man, that's just mean. Terrible family to be part of. All right. You need nature. Nature can be crazy and brutal. All right. This one is not showing what it belongs. Yeah, of course. A stamp on your forehead if you're not going to tell me what belongs on here. Go. It's crazy to think of how much material we've used. I mean, you know, how full all this was, all the material we brought here, and now these are all turning up empty. We have we've placed a ginormous amount of material. That's it for the rubber. Wow. We still have to do all of the water extractors. You also are not showing your sign. You must be the thing we need. Yes, you are. Of course you are. There's only one left in there, but we're going to sign out there anyway. Okay. Yeah. Inventory space is good. All right. So we said 3.5 in, and then of course it lined up. So head to the top floor. We are going to have a hypertube that goes up eventually. and maybe a hypertube going back down that curly keys its way around the floors or something. Who knows? Going up would take too long, but going down you'd pick up momentum. All right, before we mess this up, we gotta remember to go out by one floor. So let's do that right now. Fall out of the air. Ah, went over. Thought I had it. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.5 on the line. Do believe it was back. Yeah, I think it has it back to the edge. And then it was. I didn't check. 2 blocks worth, I think, of distance between the machines. Of course, the power pole has to be exactly where I need it to not be. Put it on the outside. Don't have to worry about it. Half. That it? No, that's not it. There it is. It's so important that we get the first ones right because all the rows will be patterned after these. That should be 3.5 from the back. 1, 2, 3.5. Okay. Success. Have some power out here so we can keep flying. That lining up. More or less. Go ahead and use that. All right, it was. I don't remember how many wide. 19 wide. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19. That's not right. Why is that not right? I know why it's not right. This floor is enlarged to fit the pattern of the building, it's not the same footprint. It's just in width. So this is there. It's fine where it is. It's just that we're going to have to figure out how many extra are on the edge. That's 3 on the edge. I think that's it, because I think we have 2 extra squares on both sides. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just to highlight them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yep, and 3 on the edge. Perfect. A little confused for a moment there. And I wouldn't have remembered that was the thing if I hadn't noticed the slanting pieces there, which are part of the aesthetic of the building. I was thinking, why was this not in our way downstairs when we built it? But I didn't actually analyze as to why it was different here. I mean, I knew it was different because that was the aesthetic, but I didn't consider why the aesthetic caused it to be different, which was because the floor is wider. Come on, get. Would you? You're gonna try to drop me out of the sky. Would you snap? Why is this not wanting to do it manually? Snap 2 is really not behaving. I know I'd eventually get caught by an extra one there. Snap 2 jumping all over the place. Yep, middle, good. Come on, pick up power, pick up power. Trying to put buildings on top of buildings doesn't work that way. Alright, get back over here and run our wiring. One there, and we'll have one there. Our wiring. Down that lane. So close. Last 2 rows of machines in the entire building. Technically, the water extractors are not inside the building, so they don't count. Oh, there it is. Oh, premature. There it is. Oh no. They're not aligned. How did that happen? Snap 2, buddy. There it is. Fly down the rows, make sure everything else is aligned. Yep, everything looks good. I don't think. What did we need? Yeah, it was exactly right. So it's exactly 14 by. 14 by 6? Or 19 by 6? 19 by 6, not X. Yep, 114. All right. We need to start logistics. I think we start logistics on the bottom floor because water, where and how we group water is going to inform how we need to place our water extractors. We can figure out where we want to bring in the piping. I think I want the piping to be visible, so I think I want it to be outside the building, you know, running up in parallel and then going in where needed. So we'll probably group them. So there are several pipes in a row, even though they're not lined up with, say, like, they might all come in together in the front and then on the inside run along the walls and then into their respective rows so that we have masses of piping. Now, whether or not we run those up the middle of the building or what, I don't know yet. So we need to determine that. We need to, let's get the rest of the floors expanded. Do that right now. Which we don't have the plastic on us to do. Autosave's about to hit us. Man, that autosave is taking a lot longer. Okay, that's it for our plastic. How are we doing on concrete? We are virtually out of concrete. So we're going to run down here, get plastic. We're not going to take the plastic from our on-site manufacturing because that is going to be, we're letting that fill back up so that we can do another round of constructors or containers. Fortunately, we have lots of plastic here that we brought, or pilfered, you might say, from the other power plant. When we sent a train to sneak in there and steal some and bring it back to us. We didn't actually. We were never seen on site. Like a mob boss. I should have named that train Joey. Hey, Joey, sneak in there and grab us some of that valuable plastic. I can do a much better mob accent for some reason. It just didn't come out that time. Some of my favorite characters I've played when LARPing have been mob affiliated. I used to, back in its heyday of live action Vampire, I used to play it. And I spent months preparing for a Italian-American mob character. And I don't know that it was a good source, but I watched all the Sopranos. Binge watched all the Sopranos as part of my research material. Had a reference sheet of Italian slang and my accent and everything worked out. It was a lot of fun. My character wasn't very nice, but he was it was fun to play. I love doing accents even if they're cheesy and bad. The one accent that I can never do, and it drives me nuts, is I can't do Irish. Which kills me because I'm pretty sure that I'm Irish. Like, if I hear it, I can mimic it, no problem. But the moment I stop talking, I lose the accent. Just there's no Irish or Scottish phrase that triggers my ability to start doing the accent. And I love the accent so much. I know that didn't make it to the end, but I'm gonna live with it. That accent's kind of my white whale. I just can never do it. Irish American or Italian American was always fun. And I did like I played because this was vampire, so you know your characters can be pretty old. And I played a Bruja that was an elder from England. And he wasn't from England, he was from the colonies back before the US was independent. So I had to not only work on an English accent, but I had to work on an English accent that I diluted down with 200 years of not being in England. So that was a lot of fun to come up with. It was a English, not English accent. Because he would have grown up with people who just come from England, so it still would have been surrounded by that accent. But living, 200 something years in a country that isn't dominated by that accent has changed throughout the decades. He would have retained a proper English accent. So that was a lot of fun to do. That's all those floors. I think we already have this one set to this color. No, it's set to the other color. We changed it, didn't we? We did. I don't think that's it. No. Ah, there it is. It looks blue, but it's really gray. Nope, don't alter it. That would be bad mojo. That would alter everything that has used that. Verify. Yep, looking good. And these are this. Oh, that. Yes. One more, thank you. And the bottom floor is aqua blue, which is... Oh, stop. Stop descending. Thank you. One of our own colors. power. Oh, caught another one. Nice. Oh. Oh. I joked last time that we need to, or I need to go through all my live streams and cut out every time that I had to, from the distance of the wiring for the power, for the hover pack being too short, and then compile it and send it to Coffee Stain as a plea to extend the wiring range. If I thought it would do any good, I would actually consider doing it. Probably all would come from it is I'd maybe get Snoot to start up the video, skip through it, see that it's all repetitious me saying, oh, and then get an LOL back from him in Discord. That's probably all that would happen from it. All right, so our dimensions are now set on all floors. We probably should get the last of the batteries up and running, which I don't think we have the materials for on site. I think we lined up these floors. Yeah, when the ground was the backside was the proper dimensions, so I don't need to move these. Like I said, we can end up expanding these feet if it doesn't look right, if they look too small. We don't necessarily need to add more batteries to them. Sorry, but you're in the way of progress, buddy. And so are you. Probably. The material made it shouldn't. I don't. Let's see if it says it's encroaching. Yeah, it's encroaching. Do the materials make one of these? I do. It's got to be close enough for the pipe because I don't think I have the material to make more than... Oh, okay, I do have a little bit of cheating on me. I was getting ready to say we might not need our concrete manufacturing more, but with the walls, the walls are going to take a lot of concrete, so we'll have to leave that running. All right, let's see if we have enough material to do 50 more of those. Let's also get rid of that container down here that has our stuff in it that we discovered. Move it to the station because we're going to start getting things out of our way. Out of pipes. That's the only one of those we're getting. We have aluminum on us. We do. This is something I do way too often, which is I am too lazy to move stuff myself between containers. Just let it do that. I'll come back later. Material-wise, yeah, it's going to take some time to move. That's fine. We just want to get this container out of our way at some point. So that's fine. And if we pick this up, we'll have the piping we need for another... Yeah, there's nothing that needs to be left here. For another storage. That's going to end up getting fed from back there. This is going to be a little bit of a pain to route, but in the long run... Oh, maybe not. It's coming out the other way? What? No. Clipping. Who said anything about clipping? Pretend you don't see that. It is very temporary. It will go away soon. How are we doing on this? Wow, it's going to take a while to make. I'm glad I started the manufacturing of these containers. We might end up having to actually put a second. Go ahead and do that actually. Reach up there. And however, merger. All right. I don't know if it... I mean, I think we were manufacturing them about as fast as we were making the plastic anyway, but we can always bring plastic in from elsewhere. Okay, so enough distractions. Let's put together the materials for the last 50 of the power storages so that we can get them charging. Actually, let's just go up top real quick because I want to get some inventory space cleared out from all that stuff we just picked up. We'll probably have to make a ride home to get material. Let's keep the cable. What else we don't need? Most of the cable. And most of the things that we're going to need are going to be down there in storage anyway. The thing is that some of this might be... We picked up whole stacks, so some of the stuff that we're carrying might actually be part of the manufacturing stuff. Don't need all the nobelisks. We don't need the mycelia we got from removing those plants. We don't need this much crystal on us. We'll sell for that. So we need 50. Oh yeah, that's not, from a space perspective, that's not too bad. Like, because the wires are 500 a piece in a stack anyway. So we have the inventory space for it. It's do we have the inventory stock? Oh, look, it all nice and lined up. Let's see here. We have enough stators. That's only 2,000 copper wire, so we're going to need more wire. And we're going to need a lot more modular frames. Oh yeah. So let's go home and get copper wire, and so we have enough stators on site. You know what? Let's leave this stuff behind because I don't know. I don't think any of this is used in. Why am I floating forward? What's it take to make water? I don't want to take away stuff that's going to go to our water extractors. Okay, this doesn't use any of them. Boy, we were really low on copper sheeting. All right. So we don't need more than this. We'll just carry all this on us to officiate what we have. And we have enough inventory space to finish it off. I know we don't have that much copper wire on us as a backup. I want to also check copper sheeting. We probably should bring back copper sheeting because the obscene amount of piping we're about to do. So just remind me, we need 3,000 wire. Forget that. Save ourselves some space. We don't need to pick up stators. And we need 250 modular frames. And I think we should bring back a bunch of copper sheeting and probably some just general belting materials. I mean, we have on site, we have our manufacturing for aluminum, so we're arguably infinitely covered on, okay, well, we already got plenty of that, on Mark V belts, but we won't necessarily use Mark V belts for everything. I'm still going to grab more copper sheeting. Yeah, we don't have much. Yeah. Oh, not clicking on that. Thank you. Home left. Don't need a dock. There's nothing to dock. There's no docking. So a little bit of ride home. Smoke them if you got them. Take a moment to stretch. Can't cross my arms because I have a microphone on my chest. This is the best. It's hands-free gaming. Satisfactory, the idler. Oh, train startled me a little bit around the corner. Boy, the train is taking a while though. Go in. Check the map, make sure you don't have any trains collided anywhere, or stuck. I think our fixes that we've put in place around our train stations have pretty well worked out. I don't think that we're gonna have. I mean, it might be speaking a little premature. At least we'll have more trains on the tracks eventually. But I think our major congestion issues are more or less handled. With the change in the style of tracks. The only problem I have with this section of track is that it's not going to be easy if I want to divert over into the Dunes Desert. It's not going to be easy to split off, get over there. Probably have to do it over there before it goes up to where the quartz is. Might have to have it loop around like this, and then go up and over the rocky cliffs. It's not really easy to get through there. Even like in an Explorer, there's only a couple of gaps that barely large enough for a vehicle to get through, much less running parallel rails. What was that? Was that? Oh. A family of the Chargers. I think I'm residents on the rail line. A real shame if we backed over them. Where'd they go? You guys did see those, right? They were definitely on the rail. Huh. I don't think they take damage from trains. I mean, they don't take damage from vehicles. They just ragdoll and get back up. You can run over hostile mobs all day long and they don't care at all. Stop this before it docks. Although we probably want to pull it far enough forward that it doesn't block this entrance back there. Okay, I said, oh, I was supposed to deposit my modular frames. I have to do that. Make inventory. Woo! I need to put power through here. There's modular frames. And wiring, we have to go all the way over to the far away. Oh, there's a train coming. We gotta be fast because I think that I'm blocking the train. And then I said we want to bring just a whole boatload of copper sheeting, which copper sheeting is now being delivered to our warehouse. We've never been able to take copper sheeting from our actual copper manufacturing here because we are using exactly the amount of copper sheeting that we're producing. So if we take any copper sheeting at all from the storage, then it doesn't get replaced. So that copper sheeting is off limits. I said 3,000? I think so. Seems right. I don't think we're too far away from Mark III. Oh, train managed to make it through. Okay, we're not blocking it. Assuming that's the train that was coming in, but if it's going out, then it means it's not being blocked. So we get drones next. Man, the Mark IIIs are really up there. Wow, okay, we're not as close as I thought, because we still need to have fused modular frames. Alright, so it's going to be a while before we get to Mark III miners. That's okay. Fused frames are one of the candidates for the gigantic building that I'm going to build in the mist next to the waterfall on the southeast corner of the map. Oh, it's raw material. It's probably downstairs. No, 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 no. Put me down. I don't have signs on these yet because I just recently put them here. We'll just take it all. Can't have too much of it. I think that we want to get some more. I think I'm going to just dump stuff in for inventory we need anyway. I just want to get more. We're gonna do so much piping. Enough that we should maybe even consider making it on site, but I don't really want to. Just with this mod, why is the sign starting to mess up? We can go this way. I was going to control-click it in there, but I realized that the container wouldn't be able to carry all of it in the first shot. I don't think there's anything else we need while we're here. We said that we wouldn't mind having some more belting material, but I think we're covered more or less. I'll grab some encased industrial beams. Mark IV belting material. grab some of that. Oh, piping. Let's fill up on the piping. I know that's top floor. Easy to access. There it is. All right. Anything else, we can come back for it. See, I'm surprised that... So that's interesting, right? This train is technically on this piece of track. I'm wondering if they count the center of the rail car. If, you know, just if where the center of the car is considered where it's on the track. So maybe it can only be on one track segment at a time. Doesn't count that it's spanning. So is anybody playing Satisfactory at the same time they watch a stream? I know that I've been known to play some Minecraft while watching Minecraft vids. I don't watch other people's Satisfactory streams, so that's the thing. I do listen to podcasts while I work on episodes. An excellent way of passing time, as long as you have your build designed so that you're not messing it up on auto while watching something. Boy, those blockers are way too close to each other. Way too close. I'll deal with it later. If there wasn't one at the top of here, I was going to place them and then go back and delete a pair of them, but I mean, currently there's only one train that uses this track, which is that one right there. That's the Aluminum Express. And that is technically a temporary train, since our aluminum production is temporary. I mean, in reality, I might end up keeping it. You know, just shut it off once when I'm building the aluminum location, and then just redirect it. But it's not a permanent cycle, because it's going to a place that is not permanent, which is the aluminum station. The station will still be there, but the aluminum will not be produced there. Look at that building! All the machines in it. I want a screenshot. Goodness. I think that when we were up at the top of the hill coming in, it was a better view of it. Over here, we're just kind of too close to it. We shouldn't be in danger of backing into the other train, because the other train, I think, was on its way back home. So it's still got to go all the way home to drop off aluminum and then cycle back to the bauxite. Let's see. Screenshot. Come on, forward. Get a nice angle on it. Don't know that I'll be using this for a thumbnail, but I kind of want to document it in, a little bit in progress, because we're gonna have a facade on it, and seeing all the machines exposed really kind of drives home what all is going on into this. And it's kind of like seeing a skyscraper in real life that's still in production for all the walls when it's all framework. Quite a sight. Looks a little less impressive on this side because the bulging hides some of the sheer siding where you can see all the machines. This building is definitely meant to be viewed from the north side. I'm just gonna wait till it starts to dock, and then I'm gonna jump out of it instead of turning it off. That way it won't drive off after it undocks. Unloads. Alright, copper sheeting. Actually, I want all this stuff to drop off first, because we do have containers down there that can sort out the copper sheeting, so I'll toss the copper sheeting in after. Actually, thinking about it, no. Because the thing in the back will be the thing that gets delivered. Yeah. So all this stuff coming in will... Oh. It's delivering copper sheeting. Oh. That's not what I want. Deliver that later. Okay, all the other stuff was already marked 5. There was one slow point in the process. Here, let's slow feed that. There we go. Because we're not going to need any of that for a long time. We just need 25 for the first set. So just half the numbers. Have the wiring on us. Have cable on us for cable. It's all we need. Oh, darn it. Because we forgot to drop off the frames. So they have their own. But no, I want to get rid of these. That's empty, that's empty. I think this was our rubber. it was rubber. And there's still some in here. 19. We're bound to have a little extra because we just grabbed whole stacks. We didn't get the exact numbers. Plus, we had some of these things already in our inventory when we originally came here. A lot of quick wire, though. Is the tractor's using quick wire? No. What did we need all that quick wire for? We have everything else is built. How could we have thousands of extra quick wire? We needed 28,500 quick wire. Oh, Jake. Oh, I wish you would have said that when we were still at base. We needed to unlock the Mark III power poles while we were there. No, it wasn't for the Mark, but I mean, Mark II, yes. We use a lot of them from Mark II, and I do think we brought some extra from Mark II poles, but this is a gross overcompensation, if that's what that was. But maybe we did. Maybe we just grabbed a bunch of them and threw them in our inventory because, you know, we have infinite quick wire at the electronics hub. Yeah, Jake, we were supposed to unlock the Mark III poles. Or we have the poles. We need the wall nodes. That's okay. We don't have to do it right now. We probably won't wire the stuff tonight because we have all the belting and piping to do. I had to find the word. Can you please deliver some? I need 2 more stacks. Thank you. You just gotta ask politely. Okay, there we go. Oh, I need... I didn't need food. Okay, got him anyway. Let's go put down another corner. I mean, technically we could unlock them from here because we can plop down well, we don't have to plop down a sink. There's a sink right there. We get tickets from the sink. It's a shame that we can't remove a specific amount of coupons. I want to see that number just keep going. But I don't think we have... In fact, I know we don't have enough tickets left at home to get to buy those things anyway. That's right, we were doing this as well. We don't need that or that. That. Oh, no power, no power. Fine, we'll do that. That won't annoy us later when we need to clean it all up. Okay. Manufacturing has started again. I'm confused. How is this? How is this full? Oh, we produce twice as many canisters as we do as we. It still shouldn't be. Oh. Not only do we produce twice as many canisters as the plastic goes in, but the canisters stack at half the stack size. That's the problem. Because plastic's in 200s and canisters are in 100s. I'm like, there's no way this should be full. I expected it to be half full once it was done. That was not the case. All the good news is that it's producing twice as much as I realized, so we don't need another container worth of these. This will give us our 9,600, which is a couple of thousand, I think, over what we need. Or about 3,000 more over what we need. So that should give us enough to circulate in the system. Keep everything running, I think. He says with absolutely no math behind it. Okay. Ow. Oh. Chainsaw. We were talking earlier about Astroneer. These plants remind me of some plants in Astroneer that if you walk over them, they snap on you. Very annoying. Incredibly annoying. There's so much hostile flora in Astroneer that you just, if it's a plant, you don't go, just as a general rule, if it's a plant, don't go near it. Yeah, don't give them any idea. I mean, they already have the plants that stand up and spit gas. Those guys are super annoying. I'm just glad that we can blow them up. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they added some more aggressive flora. You know, they've instituted a system for mini explosives. You know, with the cluster obelisks, so they could easily give those to some kind of flora that spits out explosive balls. I definitely shouldn't give them that idea. They already have spawners, you know, now for the crab bees. It can just be a spawner, kind of like that. That temporary power pole is becoming way too important. There's too many things attached to it. Back to our copper top. Plenty of stored charge. The 9,500 stored charge is actually a perfect number because that's what it's going to take to run this facility. So at 9,500, actually probably a little over 9,500, we'd be able to run on batteries, run this factory on batteries for an hour. Where was the math on my spreadsheet for megawatts? Over 9,350 was the rough math on the power that this plant's going to take. But that doesn't include the oil extractors, which will be overclocked. I mean, it's not going to be a significant amount, but they will be overclocked. So it's going to add a little bit to it. But it does mean that that math includes all the other batteries we have around the map. But 125 grid here is more than what we have around the entire map. So that last foot, when we put it into place, will cause this factory to have more than 1 hour worth of power stored. This is excellent. Did I just ran out? I ran out of fuel. You're lucky for now. I don't have any kind of... I dropped off all of my biofuel related stuff, so I can't even craft it. Another cool thing about the hover pack is that it greatly extends the range at which you can interact with things. So like, see, I can reach that bottom storage container from here, which is ridiculous. Like, I mean, how far I can reach these items. That storage all the way over there, as I touch it down, can't reach it, can't reach the one next to it. I can't even reach that one next to me. If I take off, I can reach all of them. This is super nice. I don't think we need anything else on us. Another benefit of the hover pack. Be the temporary pole that this is going to be attached to. It'd be really nice if they would fix the association of a color swatch, of a custom color swatch, to the things that you're building. Because if I assign a custom color swatch to a thing I'm building, it will always come out black. It doesn't matter what the color swatch is. Like, even though this is set to copper top, if I switch the default color to that, it'll just be jet black. Oops. Place that. See, it doesn't matter what the color the swatch is set to. Now, if it's a standard color swatch, it will inherit the color. It's just a custom one. I was surprised they didn't fix that in update 6, because it's been around for a while. They did not. Wondering how often I use custom colors. It would be a great boon to have that feature functioning. I mean, I appreciate that there is a difference in the way the custom swatch is handled, because the custom color swatch is not assigned to the object, which is why we're able to use different colors on different things. Like anything that I paint, and for people who aren't familiar with the game,
You are so lucky that you found
so if
this
I use
most
any of these
valuable
regular
item.
color swatches and I paint stuff with them, and then later on I change the color of the swatch by editing it, everything I ever painted with that swatch will change colors with the new color scheme. The custom color swatches are not attached to each other, so I can get away painting something and then change the color swatch to some other color set.
Harvest it.
And won't cause all the things that I customized to switch with it, which is perfect. So it is definitely treated differently, but it would be nice if, I mean, we can assign the custom color swatch as a default for stuff. It would just be nice if it applied that color as we built the thing. It feels like a bug, an oversight of some sort that hopefully they will fix at some point. Otherwise, there's no real point to even be able to assign it, because it's just always black. Alright, so that is... I think I've run out of things to do to put off starting the logistics. Oh boy. I want to avoid, where possible, using full Mark II pipes, because there has historically been problems with putting because a Mark II pipe can only have 600 fluid going through it, and if you're maxing it out, there's problems with backflow, preventing the full 600 from going through. Now, unfortunately, we can't avoid that in all cases, because like the pure oil nodes, once they're fully overclocked, will produce 600 crude per minute. There's no way to avoid that going through a 600 pipe, because you only have one output. Even if we split it immediately into multiple pipes, it still has to go through that 600 pipe coming out. But we can't avoid that. But when we're grouping these, if we can group them so that they're a high 500 something, it's probably in our best interest to do so where reasonable. If not reasonable, then we'll just go with 600. But there will be, that consideration will be something that we will be making as we start doing math. And here's a good example. These take exactly 60 per minute water, so it would be easy to group them in tens. So the question is going to be, if we do nines, will it cause us an extra pipe over doing all tens? If we can just do nines, then we'll probably do nines. So this is 19 wide, which means a 10 and a 9. Wide. We don't need the water to go anywhere else, so I think we just go ahead and. Okay, so we can do pipes that do 540 and 600. Water extractors produce 120, I think, a piece. I doubt we have the materials on us to build one. Although there is one on right behind us. Go again. 120 apiece, so so if we do, right, if we do 5 of them, we get 600 evenly, which goes back to the, do we want to do 600? The problem is if we do 540, right, if we shave one off, that's still 5 water extractors, because 4 water extractors is 480. So we wouldn't save on a water extractor, we would just underpipe one. And that's not going to make us any sense, because if we're going 19, if we have 19 in a row, in order for us to stay under 600, we'd have to go from a 600 and a 540 to 2 540s and an additional 1 pipe for 1 machine, because we'd have to shave 1 machine off the 600. So we'd have a whole 3rd pipe just for a 60 per minute. So that doesn't make any sense to us. So we're not going to avoid doing the 600 in that scenario. So that means we're going to need 2 pipes wide on the input for each row. Since it's only 2, that means we don't have to stack them, because we can have them coming from both sides. So that's good. That makes things easier. Before we do anything else, let's just start placing. At the very least, that makes sense. So let's start doing that. Just knock some of that out. No idea how much copper sheeting we need, so we'll just grab a bunch. For those who are familiar with the crazy way I do piping, or I guess for those who aren't also, I'll show you how I normally do piping. And I came up with a new way of doing it and getting the same result. They're both tedious, but one's a little bit more efficient. So I'm going 1 out from, you can see where it's yellow, 1 out of the build and 1 off center. Let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is number 10. Let's figure out what side I don't want the 600. I don't think we know that yet. I guess there's a little bit more room on that side if we have to move. You know, it's not going to matter, right? Because even the 9 cluster is still going to be 5 water extractors, so that's going to take equal amount of space either way. So it is not important which one's the 9 and which one's the 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's make this side the 9. So here's how I've traditionally done this. And this is only for crazy people. I don't expect anybody to imitate what I'm doing, or to even think that this makes any sense whatsoever to go through. I build them too high. Connect all of them. I'm so used to doing this from the ground, it's probably easier for me to do it. I mean, once you get in the habit of it, it's actually pretty fast. Then you need to delete the pipe. So this needs to be from the offset to the interior. Like if I were to delete this, not gonna make any sense. So this is coming up one shy of here. So I delete that and build the cross section, which is going to give us hackers have a different height for their piping. This is something that I haven't had to deal with. See, like on a refinery, you see how much lower the pipe entrance is? We might have to go 3 high on these. Time to invent a new system. We will resume this tutorial when we're doing refineries. Let's see here. Or if we find out that this will actually work, this may not. See how that looks. It's a little ugly, I ain't gonna lie. Not a fan. Let's... Ooh, not the machine, not the machine. Try one further out than usual. Off center, yes. Try it 3 high. We'll also try the 2 high. One further out. I don't think the 2 high has any potential in it. We're gonna try it anyway. Not the right one. Three high, try 2 high. Angle it diagonally, I don't think that's even going to be illegal. No, it's not. Oh, there's that. But yeah. I knew that didn't have any potential in it. That looks a lot better. It means that we have less space to work with when we're back to back. But I don't think that's not a problem. Because we have to make them up higher, it's going to be easy enough to walk under and belt under them. Okay, well, we have our solution. This is roughly what I normally do with the 2 high. I don't know if my alternate strategy is going to work this way. I'm just going to do these first. The way that I now know do work. Proof of concept. I think this is where I lose all the viewers. When I start doing all of these, because this is the ultimate tedium that I do off camera whenever I build anything that has to do with fluids. It is so un-video friendly that I don't even include it in the time lapses. I don't know what the count was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like even at high speed, I don't show this. But welcome to Livestream. You know, let's suffer through all the dirty, tedious stuff that we can do off camera. Bring quality content. This is how we suffer for our art. Okay. Let's see if this is flying or not. I think we're good. What I was saying, when you're deleting the end caps, the pipe that is remaining needs to be the pipe that is coming up short of the machine rather than going one over. Let's try this. See if this looks all right this way. Nope, it's not even legal. Fine, I liked it the way it was. I'll have to upgrade these to Mark II. But what we normally do, see, this is coming up over here. So if I were to delete this pipe, this one, actually that's the right one. Or to do it the other side, it would be wrong. I'll show you an incorrect one in a moment here. I don't normally repipe those immediately. So if I were to take it from the other side, the cross section you can see is off, doesn't line up. You have to make sure you're going from the correct side when you're deleting pipe. Normally I won't repipe these until the end, which is going to be important because we're going to Mark IIs. Right now all this pipe's going to get deleted. Make sure I'm going from the correct side. So normally I just do that, mark that, get up for deletion, hit enter a couple of times to select, double click, get up. You can see when you get in a rhythm of this, it actually goes pretty fast. Here's our Mark II pipe. I think it's going to be easier to Mark I pipe everything because it's easy to go like this, grab, and just overwrite the pipe later. There we go, Mark II, Mark II. Okay, let's see if the other method I use for the normal stacks will work here. So go somewhere off of I'm not doing the one off the way I would normally. Correct distance, right? 2, 1. Yes, okay. How far can we go? We'll go up to there. That's not where I should have done it. It's too close to the front of that. Do it here. The setup is a little bit faster because I don't have to do all of the stacks. So what we need, what would make this work perfectly is if we could. Oh, it works on these. It doesn't work on the other way. Oh, this is going to be so much easier. So I'm holding control to do snap to grid. And this is letting me snap in line with the pole. On the two high ones, it doesn't. It's too close. And so on the two high ones, and I'll show you when we get to it. See, that one's not. Now, see, that one's not snapping. That one is. That one's not. That's no good. So normally I have to angle it like this. Yeah, see, that snaps. And then I have to come through and delete everything and then replace and repipe. And now this is now the pipe's too short, it's not letting me snap. Okay, I don't trust this. We're gonna remain consistent. Even though it looks like some of them will, some of them won't. So we're just gonna do it like this. This at least gives us the anchor point. Need to be flying. Because that's snapping to center, snapping to center. And this saves us all the time of doing the stacker pulls. The thing is that we can't just delete these and replace them. Because the poles go into the middle. Not describing this well, but see like how that now doesn't align. I should have shown you that before I deleted the things. It's okay. Snap, okay. So what we need to do is go through and delete all the pipes. So this is the extra steps that isn't necessary in the other one. By the time I save not having to line up all of these extra holes, I think makes it more than worth it. Oh, might help if we actually... Mark IIs, because these are permanent. And now I can align them appropriately. I'm losing my rhythm here. I need to build it off of it. There we go. Get a little rusty, you have to reinvent the wheel every now and then. But I think that this is a little bit more efficient than the other style. It's a little bit more back and forth. And I don't expect anybody to mimic this either method because it is incredibly tedious. Mark 1 pull, please. A pipe, thank you. And I haven't done this method very often because I came up with it while I was repiping off camera from the circuit board facility out, the mega one that we did live out in the Spire. And I had to move almost all of the refineries back one pixel. And I did that on camera, but I didn't repipe it while I was off camera because I was still able to pipe them as they were, and I wasn't going to subject everyone to watching me redo all those ridiculous amounts of pipes. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then break. Okay. All right. Well, we got our system here. That's the input. We don't need pipes for the output because it is packaged water. So the output will be just belting. We'll need to come back through here and belt the inputs as well. We'll do the math on that in a bit, but we have our pipe requirements now. So we are just going to go through and get that done. Like I said, side 1, 2. We're going to go with the new style. I still feel like it is a little more efficient. And the instruction preferences mod that I use, which allows me, you can see that it's using a pole stacker or a stacker pole instead of just the one-piece pole. Makes this way faster, and also allows me to go up. Awesome. Makes things like this much easier. We're straight line. Go ahead and use that for a quick click. I can see that we must be getting a little late because our late arrival viewer count is starting to spike up. So some of our regulars are showing up for the evening shift. So welcome everybody. Welcome to the most exciting part of the stream. The repetitious placing of piping. I wonder if these lock in from... No. I was hoping it could lock in from the ones across the way, but it does not appear that's going to happen. This will start to go faster as I get my rhythm back. Always takes a little bit. Get my mojo going again. This is the point to where I would normally be listening to a podcast. And then 3 podcasts later realize that I'm done piping. Like maybe I want to... kind of do this in a phased approach. Out and 1 additional. This way I can line up with what I already know is the length. In fact, even better, I don't need to do this because I can match them with the other ones. One less thing I have to delete. Oh. This doesn't have to be exact. In fact, it should at least be lined up properly with the other side. I'm too far away to get the straight line.
I strongly
No artifact lady, I don't want your artifacts. know,
Harvest.
I have to wonder if the like the individual artifacts are all like individuals, and that maybe they talk to each other when they're not talking to us. Harvest, harvest. He needs to hear him talking to the other artifact. I can never get him to harvest. No good at their job. Lining these up across the way is not working out quite as well as I would like. This one doesn't matter. It's anywhere outside of the range of the... Whew! Enough power. Flew into a dead zone. You know, it's too bad we can't, like, carry batteries on us or something that would allow our jetpack to, you know, drain those instead.
Picking up multiple
We run out of
personnel
range.
in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
I mean, we already carry fuel on us for our regular jetpack. And it'd be super cool to be able to use just regular batteries for this thing. That way, every time we go through that little dead zone between wires, we don't just fall out of the sky. And we could use it in the wild in a, you know, emergency. Hopefully all these are correct. I think they are. It's pretty easy to tell. That one leg has to be on the line there. Flying past it, and it didn't look like it was straight, but it was. We are going through pipe fast. Kind of picked up a lot of it. I mean, I know we're getting ready to delete those pipes, but we're going to replace them again. Okay, let's check my plastic. These Mark II pipes require plastic. We need to make sure we don't forget to have Mark II pipes on all these when we're done. Did Mark II these, right? Yeah. Nope, missed it. I think I'm going to finish these 2 rows before I go to the next one. I have to make sure these line up right, otherwise it really messes with things. Okay. Delete, 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 delete. I was not supposed to delete that. I told you I get the rhythm going. Once I get the rhythm going. What I need to do is delete that. That way it ends up on the short end. Because it's when turn it the right way. When you place when you place a junction, and this goes for conveyors as well, on an existing pipe, as you can see, the pipe is going all the way into the middle because it's meeting the other pipe in the middle. And well, that one I already had deleted and replaced. So you can see they're not. Pipe isn't ending at the end of the connector here. So here we have the pipe end at the end of the connector, but it's shorter. Which is what we need for this to work. We can do this. Walk it backwards. Okay, we're changing the methods as we go to try to find a more efficient way of doing it. This is working out quite nicely. Should make these Mark II because they are going to be permanent. Because I'm copying them. Copy. Copy. Take these two. Copy. Copy. These two. Got the rhythm. And we'll come back and we'll break one of these because it's supposed to be two pipes, right? It's a 9 and a 10, but I'm not going to bother remembering where it is until we're done. And then we'll just walk back through and just delete one line straight down the row and break them into twos. The fact that we only have to have two pipes in a row, which allows us to go from one from each end, is making the piping way easier for these floors. I don't think that we'll get that lucky when it comes to the refinery floors. Who knows what to expect out of the power floors? Because we have 11 of those floors. All right. We get this right. We need to delete that. That, but not the floating thing. Go. Start this. Okay. Delete, delete. Yeah, hopefully, Hopefully we don't delete a pipe and have a Goomba fall out of it. By the way, Liquid, welcome. Good to see you again. Haven't seen too much of you lately. I know that you're a hard space guy, so always good to. Maybe when you can stop in on a non-hard space stream. Goombas. We were talking earlier about the whole Italian characters I used to play and live action. I don't know if I ever called anyone a Goomba. There was some slang that was unfriendly that. And I feel the accent welling up in me. I want to do the accent, but the problem is I can't do the accent without doing the character. And the character is not family friendly. It is not family friendly at all. So, Liquid, have you fully recovered? I know, you know, with your problems with your lungs, I know you were back home and feeling better. Has there been any long-term drawbacks from your incident? Those things take time to show up sometimes. Okay, Mark 1 pipes. Running a still chance, so you having some capacity issues. That's not at all a surprise. Well, hopefully over time they'll work itself out. Maybe spend a lot of time in a swimming pool holding your breath. Try to work up that lung capacity, like free divers do. I used to do that as a kid. Swimming was always my thing. Fish out of water. I was a kid who always, you know, at the public pools would always go to the deep end, and I would just go and sit at the bottom of the pool and just enjoy the serenity. Yeah, that's good to hear. Body takes time to recover. You're not a smoker, right? Because that would definitely not make things easy. Yeah, the sound underwater. Yeah, exactly. The whole world is just so different when you're underwater. That's good. I've never touched cigarettes. I've never smoked anything. Never once. I've never had a cigarette. Or marijuana. And that's not a judgment on marijuana, just I don't like the concept of inhaling hot ash into my lungs. It just never seemed like a good idea. It also didn't help that I had a grandfather that died of black lung. I mean, he was a coal miner, so, you know. And my father, well, actually, my mother and father were. My father was a chain smoker. I don't know if my mother smoked, but I don't know if I'd call her a chain smoker. As a kid, I made her quit. At some point, I told her I don't want to live around smoke. As a little kid, I put my foot down, and one of the few things that she ever listened to me on. So she did quit smoking. But even as a little kid, I remember seeing the toll that it was taking on my father. And so even when I got, into the teen years, there was never a chance of like peer pressure ever pushing. It's like, nah, you guys do your thing, because buddy, I've seen firsthand what this does. I don't need to be cool. I need to breathe. All right, it's delete 2, right? And pick up. Oh, I mean, running in. Yeah, you said you ran around a house full of ash. You ran around a house that was on fire. I don't think that quite counts. Not quite the same as being in a house full of smokers. My grandmother smoked too, but my grandfather wouldn't have none of it. And so it was just, she would only smoke when he wasn't at home, and would just pretend that she didn't smoke. If she hid her smoking. I don't know if, I mean, he's been dead for 10, 15 years now, I think. He's been gone. My grandmother's still around. But I never asked him if he knew that she smoked. If he knew, then he just didn't acknowledge it, because that would keep her from doing it openly. I mean, she, my father lived with his parents, which are my grandparents. I feel like I did something wrong there. I did. Easy to fix. But there were always cigarettes in the house, because my father was a chain smoker, just absolute chain smoker. So she would just take one of his cigarettes. So yeah, I mean, in that sense, it may have worked, because she always had the plausible deniability that any smoking-related odor was, or evidence of cigarettes was my father's. Everybody in the family knew that she smoked, except possibly my grandfather, which was the only person she was trying to hide it from. I lived with my grandparents from a relatively early age. Essentially, my home was not conducive to continued sanity, so I left home when I was very young. My grandparents took me in, and I remember when my father moved out, and I helped my grandmother wipe down the walls in his room, because he was a chain smoker, and all that time he had been in that room. And like, you would wipe down the wall, and the wall would change colors. And I remember going, wow, that really changed, that really had an impact, cleaning that. And like, we're clearly done now. And then you'd wipe the wall again and it would change colors again. It was just like, how many layers of of smoke that you had to remove before the true wall was revealed. Crazy. And that, so just as a young person, 16 or 17 probably at that time, that was another thing. That was just another thing that I witnessed that made an impact on me. Of seeing what years of that stuff did, and like if it's doing that to the walls, what's it doing to your lungs over an extended period of time. The last time I saw my father, I visited him in the hospital, and he was in the hospital because he couldn't breathe. And I remember, like, it wouldn't be surprising based on this conversation that my father and I do not have a close relationship. It's not adversarial, it's just he was absent, an absent father. So he's some guy I know. But I remember hearing that he was in the hospital, and I visited him, and I remember standing outside the room he was in, and just all you could hear was him hacking constantly. And it was like, man, really impactful to have to listen to, and even though I'm not close to my father, he's still my father. And it was pretty rough to listen to. And he'll smoke until he dies. He'll know, he's years of him saying he's going to stop, and always going back to it. So not for me. I don't judge people who smoke, and people start doing things like that either for whatever reason. Maybe it's a bad reason, or maybe because they just grew up in it, and that was a thing. So it's not. None of this is meant to be shaming of people who. There's a reason why they call them habits, because even if you know something's bad for you, it's not easy to stop. Case in point. Caffeine is an addicting drug, and I have been addicted to caffeine before, and I'm probably solidly on the road to being addicted to it again. I went cold turkey and broke my addiction on caffeine at one point, and I managed to stay clean of it for years, aside from like a can of Pepsi every couple of months. I call those my dark days, my life without Pepsi. I felt much better. I had more energy. It's all upshot. I cut caffeine and sugar out of my diet at the same time. And it was all positive results. I had much more energy. Once my system was free of the addiction from caffeine, I stopped having my weekly migraines that I had from withdrawals. I think I might have mentioned that once before on a stream. I grew up with chronic migraines, and I've grown out of the chronic nature of them. I still get migraines, but they're no longer chronic. And there was a point in my life where I was drinking in fact, this probably was one of the jugs. I was drinking one of these every single day. Every single day. I'd stop and on my way to work, and I'd fill up the jug at a gas station, and that would, just drink it throughout the day. And so, 5 days a week I was drinking those, and I got to the point to where I would wake up every Saturday with a migraine, and I didn't question it. It was kind of a willing ignorance. I knew I'd grown up with chronic migraines, so getting migraines didn't surprise me. And I kind of turned a blind eye to the fact that they had started to reoccur, and more importantly, that they had started reoccurring on a specific, regular basis. I shut off my analytical brain because I didn't want the solution, or I didn't want to acknowledge it. I don't know. There was some reason why I unconsciously, consciously chose not to analyze why I was losing 1 day a week every week to migraines. I literally looked at it in that direction. Okay, I'm losing 1 day a week every week of migraines. I for some reason didn't think about the fact that I always lost the same day every week to migraines. And I think part of it was because I was using the migraines as an excuse to consume more caffeine, which would seem like an obvious connection, but caffeine is a natural painkiller. And there is caffeine in Pepsi, and there's caffeine in chocolate. So I would get up with a migraine, and I'd go, well, I could take migraine medication, or I could drink a Pepsi and eat a chocolate bar. So the migraines were my excuse to drink more Pepsi and eat chocolate bars. And it was my way of turning a positive spin on a negative experience. And just at some point, I went, you know what, stop. Why am I always losing Saturday specifically to my migraines? And when I thought about it, I was like, what's different about Saturday from any other day of the week? Because I'm not missing work for my migraines. It's not impacting my ability to function as a young adult. And the thing that was different about Saturday was that I slept in. I didn't have to get up at 7 in the morning or whatever time it was to go to work. And that meant that I was missing the alarm schedule of caffeine should be flowing in my system. And so by the time I woke up on Saturday, I was already in withdrawals from caffeine. The withdrawals is what was giving me my migraines. And once I realized that was the source of my migraines, I just went cold turkey. I was like, done. I just started drinking tea. Green tea has a little bit of caffeine. Caffeine is natural in tea leaves. It's a very small amount, but there's a little bit in there. And I had someone else, a friend, that had been encouraging me to cut sugar out of my diet anyway. So it seemed like all right, no, not right. No, it's not. It seemed like I was like, you know what, we're cutting out Pepsi, and which is also taking a lot of sugar out of my diet. Let's just go ahead and cut sugar entirely out of my diet. While we're at it, and so I did that as well, and it was a very challenging month, but I got through it, and I felt just the combination of both being broken of my caffeine addiction and getting my body not expect all the sugars to start processing I guess glucose on its own without relying on the easy in. I I stopped needing caffeine. You know, I wasn't tired all the time and had more energy. It was such a better life. But now I am fully back on the caffeine train. I took a job that required a extensive amount of mental awareness, of alertness, while doing a repetitive, mindless task. And I had to remain sharp, and so caffeine was the way to do that. And so I adopted a little bit of caffeine in my diet, just a Pepsi maybe every day, you know, just a can. And now I'm totally off the wagon. I'm totally gone at this point. I try to restrict myself to just one of these containers per week on the live stream. So now the live stream is my excuse for this. I don't have to keep getting up to get another drink. I imagine at some point I'm going to have to go back to cold turkey again and cleanse again. All right. All the piping's done for this floor. Conveyors. We need to do conveyors. Conveyors are not the same math, because we have Mark V conveyors now, which is 780. It's still going to take 2 conveyors. Yeah, I mean, you know, I would like to stock up on green tea. The part of the problem is that I fall under the same problem that a disturbing slice of America falls under, which is that I am currently financially challenged. And it's universally known that food that is bad for you is cheaper than food that is good for you. And bottled tea is way more expensive than Pepsi. I don't have an excuse for not just drinking water. I could drink that out of the tap. So I don't have any real excuse, but I can't afford to stock up heavy on tea again. Not until I get into a more stable financial situation. Okay. So we said it's going to be 600 canisters or 60 canisters. I think it means we're going to have 2 belts per line. I think a Mark V belt is 780 per minute. Mm-mm, 780. And if we 19 times 60. Right, because it's 19 machines, so obviously that's more than 780. Uh, 40 divided by 2, so we can do 570 per belt. Three belts doesn't make it make any more sense. I mean, the problem we're having with this floor is that 19, you know, we're 19 machines wide. 19's a prime number. It's not going to divide into anything. So any division that we make, belts or pipes, in any number is going to result in an uneven distribution. which is okay, but it's just more that we need to keep track of. In fact, you know, now that I say that, we should be keeping track of that. How do we want to do this? Not on the wall, because the walls are going to go away. This is as good as any. Let's see here. Pipes. West side is a 10. East side is the 9. East is 540. We don't need to. West is 600. Bayer. And if we do the same split, we're doing, I guess it's the same math, right? Because it will be 9 on one side, and it's still 60, so it's 540. So we just product. We don't need to put a qualifier. So that means we do need our Mark V belts. Yay, we have them. And we'll divide them to both sides, and we'll figure out where they're going to go later, but that's not a big deal. We'll assume that everything's going to go up or out from the sides, not the middle. So we'll feed from the side, and we'll merge back out to the side. And this is going to be the input, so we need splitters. We're not going to have enough material in the grand scheme because these take cable for some reason. Turned the splitter around because I saw the split in the piping. And this will be the empty canisters coming in. Let's do one. I want to do more than Mark 1 because it eats exactly 60 per minute, and I want it to be able to catch up. I want it to be able to take them in faster than it can consume them. Mark 2 for the input. It does mean that the factory will take a little longer to power up because the first machines in the line will eat up a larger percentage of the material. But I don't want them eating it as fast as they're taking it in. I want it to have a stockpile. So, and we can math how many will be left, but I don't think we're going to. You know, normally, like, see, it's going to be Mark 5 at this point, but eventually we'll have eaten enough up that it won't be Mark 5. They're moving so fast, they look like they're going the other way. I think for sanity's sake, I'm not going to math it out. I'm going to Mark 5 it all the way down. Believe me, the inner OCD in me is wanting to math this out and downspeed the belts. Maybe I will come back later and do it. This is also going to make things easier on us because we're making the belt. We're making Mark V belt material. Does that look like it's that's straight? We're making Mark V belt material here at the site. How do I get off center? This always happens. I was even using the snap to grid. Mark 5. It is nice being able to hover over the pipes and get these in, instead of having to jump around between them. All right, that's 1 of 6. On one side, we still have to do the mergers. Let's just get all the splitters done. We'll do the inputs and then the outputs. I'm not going to switch back and forth between these. I just kind of want to establish. Ooh, that one tried to go off course, and it would have set all the rest of them off. You know those shenanigans. Right spot? It is. I'm so excited about actually getting this building online. So much work, but it's going to be magnificent. That didn't look right to me. The only rough thing about this project is that with all the work we're putting into it, there won't be any product coming from it. It's going to be invisible to the rest of the world. But it will power all of our hopes and dreams. Need to pick up more belting material real soon. Plummeting out of the sky. We also get the fun of going back through here and actually setting up the recipes for every one of these machines. I also want to paint the pipes. I want to paint the pipes. I want to paint the machines. Although that won't take too long, so we can just fly over it. That's moderately painless. I don't know that I'll bother painting the mergers and splitters. I mean, you know, I have the yellow and red, kind of yellow and crimson is the color of my factory, right? It's the default color. I like seeing things still in the default colors. I don't need to repaint everything. And the splitters and mergers and stuff are quintessential, you know, building blocks, kind of backbone of the factory. So leaving them a default color and the conveyors a default color seems appropriate most of the time. Didn't try to conveyor those, did I? Okay. I was gonna say I didn't think I had, because they shouldn't. They wouldn't match anyway. I didn't remember consciously skipping it. I do know that going the opposite direction is a pain, because you keep catching that and then wanting it to loop around. The sky. Did anybody here play Sims 3? Which was the pinnacle of Sims technology? Best Sims ever made. I mean, given that I obviously like to play open world games, it shouldn't be a surprise that I like The Sims. Well, the reason I was thinking about it was because we were talking about painting and colors. And Sims 3 had a feature in it that Sims 4 did not. And I haven't played Sims 4 in ages, so I don't know if they've changed it. But most things that you placed, like be it wallpaper or furniture or whatever, had 2 or more, not only color channels, but texture channels to them. So you could truly customize, like if you wanted to, like on a couch, you could change the pattern of the cushions on it. And it was such a nice, versatile feature. And it's nice in this, you know, I was thinking about it because in this game you have 2 color channels on many of the things, like the splitters and whatnot have 2 color channels on them. You know, a dominant and then a secondary color. And too many games just don't do that. Appreciated they include that in this game. I would love it if we could just assign textures to things. I'm not sure how practical that would be in a factory setting. That's off. That's not right either. I went off by in one direction, and I went off on a different axis on the second one. That guy was just determined to misbehave. One more row. Okay. I think we have enough material for our Mark II belts. For the inputs, we don't have enough for the output, because it's 2 reinforced plates per machine, And we have over 100 machines, so it's going to take over 200 reinforced plate for us to do the outputs. We're definitely going to have to go up, just up to the station before we do the outputs. The other nice thing is that if things are close enough to each other, they just auto-connect. Like, I don't have to target something. As soon as I click the input or the output port, it jumps straight to the port across from it. Like this will not. If I get a good angle on it, I kind of can. That's not going to get me. Up. Stop that. Okay, we'll just do it the other way. Okay. One more. You know, I probably should set up some background music for all of this. I know some live streamers like to loop some royalty-free music in the background during their streams. I tend to talk so much that there's very little dead space for the needs filled by background music. It's probably something I should consider doing, though. You know, they added a boombox to this game. I haven't actually purchased it. They added a boombox, and apparently there are some music tapes around the map that you can find. Why did I end up at the other end going the opposite direction? It was weird. Stick with that theme then, because it is easier to run the conveyor going the same direction. Down the spine. Do this going one direction, and then we'll run it like that. Then we'll switch to the other ones, and we're going the other way. Alright, back to Mark II. Hey, we just invented a better way of doing this. Ah, got me. Honestly, the game should check to see if your input is connecting back to the exact same output and go, nope, you didn't mean to do that. We're not going to draw it. Oh. All right, all input is done for the water extractors. Yay! do it. Pipe left. We need a bunch more reinforced plate. Probably wouldn't hurt to pick up a little bit more aluminum. Go ahead and grab the aluminum now. Oh, and rods. Right, that's what we need for mergers. Yeah. Well, rods we can get at the far end, so we don't need to worry about that. What am I coming for? Oh, this. Probably some of that too. Ooh, no. Those are for the water extractors. Yeah. We have to go up top anyway to get the whatchamajewel, reinforced plate. And that was a total fail mess. No reinforced plate there. Oh, that's not ideal. Let's see, how many do we have here? Grab all we've got. Put back that mycelia from those plants. I am not happy about the lack of reinforced plate that we have here. We don't have a recipe that would be easy to use off of the one miner. We'd have to make plate, cast screws, reinforced. I don't think it's worth the effort. If we start running shy of it, we'll just go home and just drench our inventory with it. Yeah, we have all of it from here. There. Yeah, that's it. We have all of it on site. I mean, I don't know how much more of it we're going to need. We're not going to have a huge need for Mark II belts. We'll need another set of it for the unpackers on the top floor, because it's all the same math as this floor. It's literally identical. In reverse. Right, it's one input, two outputs, whereas this is one output, two inputs. But it's still all the same math. And speed and all that. We probably have enough. Nope, we're not going to have enough to do the other floor. Okay, we got enough to do this floor, but I should be counting these because I can't see the pipes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and flip it. I think what we're going to do is to not get gotcha'd. We're just going to fly and mark the middle. 2, 3, 4. Did I place 6? Must have, because this is the end of the line. And these are going out for mergers, so they need to go outwards. Ooh. The piping necessary, no fluids are leaving. Okay, yeah, that was all excellent. I'm going to consider whether or not I should do some of this off camera between episodes, because I can't imagine this is compelling. Compelling television. Did I do something wrong? I did something. I flipped them around. Why did I flip them around? I didn't need to flip them around. I just needed to flip around myself. So even though I said we're going to do this whole thing live, I might consider just doing a little bit of the piping and stuff off camera. We'll just let us see how much we get done tonight. There's nothing else to be done until this is done. So we're doing Mark II, even though it's 60 per minute output. Oh, good grief. We're doing a little bit faster belt, so that if the machine ever gets backed up, it can actually clear the backlog. That's what I always do on any machine. Is I make sure that the belt is moving, the output belt is moving at least a little bit faster than the maximum production speed of the machine. So if these were only producing like 58 per minute instead of 60, I'd do a Mark I belt, because it's still fast enough for it to slowly drain out. We came up with a method of doing one direction and the other, and I forgot. All right, we'll do it on the next row. Got me. I feel like I should do it like this. Can't tell where the brake is. Right there. I don't have to do it in reverse because I'm going in the right direction. That's all right. Got the rhythm going. Working. Done. Relatively painless. Next row. I think what I'm going to do is, since it's hard to tell where the middle is, and so we've already pre-marked the middle, I think I'm going to do one side at a time. Ah. Ah. Stop it. So we're going outward, so this way. And then work our way back. Mark 2. Mark 5. These are a single machine. Then like the first merger or the last splitter don't actually need to be there, right? Like that's not actually merging with anything. That's nothing but a fancy turn, so I don't need to change the belt speeds. I've long debated whether or not to keep doing it that way, but it just makes it more uniform. Plus, there's situations where I might like extend an area, like add more machines or something like that, and then I need to merge with or use the what was previously the standalone, which I could just switch it to a merger or conveyor at that point, but it's kind of nice to already have it. But I do go back and forth on it sometimes. Ah, ran out of rods, one shy. We're gonna get ourselves some rods. Almost out of plate too. I'm not sure what we're using it for, but are the mergers, right? No splitters, right? Maybe both. Where were we? Right here. Yeah, the mergers don't use cable. These are the... A little bit of stuttering here. Wrong way on these, but that's okay. Started away, we're going to continue that way. Being a rebel. Never know what I might do next. All right, one more row to go. And this floor is done. I mean, shy of bringing inputs into the actual floor. Another thing we're going to need to think about is realize that we're going to have potentially we're going to have essentially multiple smaller power plants that are grouped together as opposed to this being one giant power plant. And the reason I say that is because like the given the numbers of material being sent around, don't look right. That's right. Like the water bottles that go from here and go up to the refineries to have fuel put in them will probably be the exact same canisters that come back to the same machines that originally filled them. There probably won't be any crossover of the material from one set of machines to another set, which makes them isolated loops. Like say, say we're using 5,000 empty containers. Just like say the whole system uses that. If we put the 5,000 empty containers into a storage and injected them into the factory by attaching them to one of the mergers, or like into one of the splitters coming in from the side. Those would go in, become water, and become fuel, then go all the way up to the roof, be emptied, and then come all the way back down, and go back to the original machines that originally filled them. They would never eventually overflow into all the other machines in the factory because there is no point where we have a sufficient amount of transport capacity to pool everything together and then redistribute it back out. By the nature of the speed of the belts, there probably won't be any crossover of the material, which means we can't just have one pool of containers. We're going to have to break the containers up into subsets of containers and feed them individually into different parts of the factory in order to distribute them throughout the entire factory. Something I hadn't thought about. Because I don't see a scenario where these become a crossover loop. Unless we intentionally do that, which I might do. Like this row right here that we just built are all going to go to an item lift. It's going to go up to the floors above to be filled in. We could, at the top when they get unfilled, when they get unpacked, instead of them going to the item lift at the end of the row, they could shift over one row and then go down. And then every row shifts ones over and goes down. Then that means there would be a circulation system that goes through the entire factory. So the entire factory is truly one big machine as opposed to several small power plants running in tandem. Which I think would make it more resilient. Just like on paper. You can't have, like, it either all works or none of it works. Like if we had not enough containers for a full loop, for example, in the factory, and the segments are discrete and don't intermingle, then we could have one segment that never runs at full speed, and we would never know it. Because the other segments running at full speed would mask that there's a segment not running, you know, that's choking because it's not getting enough materials. Whereas if the entire factory is one big circulatory system, then all machines would underperform to a lesser degree, but we'd be able to look across the room and see yellow lights as opposed to green lights. They might all be running at 98% instead of the individual loop that might have been running at 80% because of the deficit. But I think we just decided that we're going to do that. So on my chair. So this floor is conveyored and piped to completion. All we need is the inputs coming in and the outputs going out. I think we're going to play with a little bit of painting. Traditionally, this is what I've used for water piping. Question is, do we want to do the segments? And for the machines themselves, blue and yellow. Maybe yellow and blue. The top of the machine gets the blue. Yeah, I think I like that better. The yellow is almost a little too yellow, though. That's okay. Because it matches with the mergers. Let's do this for the machines. Well, since we're using a different color set, blue is not the primary. We can't do the pipes at the same time. I am no Bob Ross, but I'll do what I can. I can't paint little green trees on the side of them. Although going back to the discussion about Sims 3, if they were to introduce textures, we could paint trees on the side of them. One? Okay, both of them. I get a good angle where I can't see through them, and I can just hold in the key and fly. Without risking hitting something in the background. Like repainting the floors yellow. Piping I have to be a little bit more delicate with. Like I probably should have done the piping first because I'd be more likely to accidentally repaint a machine. Pipes only have one color, so I don't need to. Anyway, then I want to keep any of the pipe yellow. I usually keep like the connectors yellow, the stacker poles, or if it's a hole going through a floor, I keep those yellow. Pipes themselves, to make them one color. We're just gonna go with one color because there's so many segments in here that if I think there'd be just too much yellow. We're already going to have a lot of yellow from the belts and the mergers and conveyors, splitters. Mark II, yeah, they are Mark II. Yeah, I think that looks good. Seems that nobody else has an opinion on it, so mine's the only one that counts. I don't know if we'll be using yellow in machines on other floors. The blue and the yellow kind of goes together nicely. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to paint the mergers and splitters. Just not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. That's a dated reference. Going nice and smooth. Amazingly, I don't think I've accidentally painted something I didn't intend to. It will happen. I've gotten pretty far without doing it. It's usually the very last thing I need to paint is where I miss and I hit something. And have to redo the custom swatch to fix the thing that I accidentally hit. At least here, hitting the floor doesn't matter because the floor is the same color. You're starting to get kind of a rhythm down. Let's get the offshoot ones and then drive down the middle. Oh, no, that does not help. Every time I hit that dead zone, I think, you know, I should just put another pole down. And then I think, well, I'm not going to be on this floor much longer. You know, I'm not going to go through this dead zone that much more time. Probably last time, and then I go through it again. I've definitely passed through that segment much more times than I expected. And I'm still not going to do it because I feel like that's the last time. I get something... Felt like I missed my target. Nothing looks blue that shouldn't be. All right. And of course we can't wire the place up yet because we don't have the Mark 7 or the Mark 3 wires. The 7 came from my thinking about what the limitation was of the Mark 2. 7 connections on a Mark 2 pole. Okay, I think we are truly done with this for now. We can start marking out where we need water to come from. That's going to be the question, was do we bring them up in line with each one of the pipes, or do we bring them up in a cluster, which is kind of what I wanted to do, bring them inside and then run them like along the wall and have them split off to the places that they need to go. Now we said that we're going to need 5 extractors, water extractors per Mark 6 pipe, which would mean we do rows of, so we need rows of 10 then. For each one of these rows, we need rows of 10. Which probably works out the math that we originally said. It's probably more than we originally said because there won't be, for 60 water under capacity on one side, and all that would have added up, and so we would have said fewer extractors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So that means we'd need 60 extractors. We probably did 50 something. Yeah, 56.7. So we'll need a few more than we planned on. I don't know if we brought enough for 60. The question is, can we fit them 10 wide underneath without running into the foot? So this can go. That's the early pipe. You know, if I thought about this, I think I would have gone face to face. I would have had 3 face to faces instead of 3 back to backs. because of the water piping being able to come up. But maybe we do 2 rows. We can still kind of get away with it. We can have face-to-face water extractors and have them come up over and then split outwards. We could still kind of do that if the water extractors aren't too large to actually do that. So that would mean this would be a row for piping. And this would be a row for piping. And assuming we can fit 2 extractors back to back in that opening, which it looks like we can. Just, oh, autosave. Time for a drink. Smoke them if you got them. Unless you have damaged lungs. Oh yeah, these will... Wow, that is really close. Because that's overlapping the... That one could be pushed over a little bit. Yeah, I think this is about right. I think this is going to work out about right. So what we need to do is come up with where the center is going to be, which I think is like right there. And we need to align. This is how we snap to grid the water extractors. We'll have to move both of those things, but we need to... That snaps like that. Okay, so that needs to be like a whole block forward. The one easy to reach. Let's go to default. We don't need to stack these. I need to go to the other side. Wait, okay. Go forward. Click. Click. Once we get this worked out, then we'll be able to replicate it. In the other areas. That's too far over. And that's not snapping the grid because it's too far over. That's pretty good on the going forward front. Not snapping though. Why you no snappy? It snaps like that, then it goes forward, which is really annoying. Where did I say that? No, I don't want the power line. Okay, so that is the first one. Or the middle. Okay, the middle one is right where I want this to be. I don't think this gets away with snapping to both if I turn it towards it, but we're going to try. Now, see, now it's... Oh. Really not behaving. Okay, that's exactly where I want it. So again, it's not snapping to the one to the side, unfortunately. I don't think... I've always rotated it like this. I don't think that... I'll make it snapping better, but we're going to try. I think this is a matter of it only snaps in one direction. Yeah, it only snaps in one direction. So that's... We'll just have to eyeball it. As soon as we get 1 pixel into it... Oh! 1 pixel into it, then we'll call it that. See, that's where we want it. It's pretty good. This is in the center of this back quadrant. We need that there. That there. We replicate that on this side. How close does this one get to it? Come on. Oh, I want that 1 pixel right when it... Don't move more than 1. There we go. Okay. The rest of them we can snap. Now the question is, how many of them can we fit? Because now that I think about it, we didn't... we could have gone further to this side. This is not a real line. All right, let's get the materials that we need for a bunch of these. We got our system now. Oh, reinforced plates. Well, we should have reinforced plate in the sorted area because we planned these out. Go with 40 because it's per segment. We definitely need to go home and get more reinforced plate. But we should have enough on hand for the machines because we didn't steal from it when we were producing belts. Boop, boop. And rotors. Rotors are at the very end, I think. Yes, they are. Didn't center that on anything math related. So let's actually, before we start this, so that's going to be, ooh. Yeah, that's not going to work because of the foot's in a way. Huh. All right. Again, we know the way to center it now. So, and from an edge, so that means we would not. We'd have to go over 1. So this would be over here. This would be our earliest point that we could reach. And the question is, can we get 10 of them in going before we run into the other foot? So let's get this one centered. And then we'll just run the line and see how far we get with placing these. We may actually have to pick up that pink slug. I was going to leave him down there forever, but it's going to be in the way of our construction. 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness, no. 4. We did not get 10 in. This math does not work in our favor. We only got 6. Oh man. And we only need them in groups of 5. What does... 6 doesn't help us. I mean, this is perfect, you know, width, right? It runs exactly right up to an edge. That's awesome. The building's just not wide enough. Not even remotely close. I don't mind having them out front. And this further supports the argument of maybe grouping all the pipes together and having them go up in a banding of pipes so they're kind of visible that way, make it more industrial looking. Because if these aren't centered perfectly underneath, or coming way out in front, they're going to need to all pipe somewhere anyway and go up. And that gives us more versatility on how we want to group our piping. Like if we're going 6 wide, then that extra one's going to have to join up somewhere else. I knew that wouldn't snap perfectly. They never do. See, that doesn't line up perfectly with another row. Need to do that. Seeing it's doing that sliding around thing. Only snaps to one axis. But side by 1. So I think what we need to do is maybe do some kind of hybrid grouping. Let's see how many we can fit. If it's not straight across from each other, because like this can go out further because it doesn't run into the foot. And maybe we can compensate for the areas that's outside of the footprint. Like this. It's very unlikely this is going to work, but we're going to try it. Just checking that it doesn't happen to exactly be one. It wasn't. All right. Where's the line? There it is. Oh, accidentally clicked. How many can we fit here? So we got 6 there. Not enough, because we need 20 in a row, so this would have to be 14. Obviously, that's not going to work. Doesn't mean we can't supplement somewhere else. I think we need to... pipes out of the water, or the poles out of the water, because we're going to be building under here. What's the edge? Oh, we wouldn't have this here, but this is just as far as we can go. So we can't fit anymore. All right. Means we'd have to recenter them, but I'm not worried about that. It's giving us our totals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. With the 6, so we have what, 14? If we mirror this, it's going to be another 8, which is going to still be shy of the full 10 that we need. We can flip this for another 6. So we're what? 8, 14. The other 6 that'd be our 20. Or this side, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and we'd mirror that for another 6 behind them. That would be the 20 for our first row. We can probably do that on the other side for another 20 there. And it's the middle 2 rows that are going to be short. I'm going to just go through the process of placing these. The middle ones are going to need to be moved because they're off center, but these are not. These come out perfect. There's a pretty good chance that these will be permanent, because they fit so nicely in that grid. And I said that, and now I realize... Oh, that's right. So this is going to be the edge of the building. The feet come out, but the rest of the building does not. And this would just be plumbing going right in front of the building, which I think would be okay to see. I think that would look all right. Almost feel like we could bring them out one more and then pop the plumbing. Right, this would be here. There will be a wall here, and the plumbing. Let's actually bring them out by 2. How would that work for us? We move that 2 forward. That'd bring these 2 back, which would put them still within the footprint. That would make this foundation the new line, which would give us more room for other stuff in there. These would come out right to the front of the foot, of the actual feet. It'd be sticking out in front of the building, which is perfectly fine. The piping could come up and attach straight to the wall of the foot, and probably go in, in through the wall to go to meet up with all the other ones. That can operate. That can happen here as well, but I think we should move these forward. So we know that we can move these two forward. Let's see how this works when we back everything up, how far it comes to the other side. We don't actually need to draw machines. We can... Right, so line to line is 7. That's 1. Get rid of that. So that would put it right there. Have another back-to-back. So we do 2 rows of 6. It's spreadsheet time. Let's see here. Extractor rows. Row 1 and 2 would be the 6s, right? This is if we're not moving them. 1, 2. I would have 1, 2 here, another 2 back to back. Those would both be 8s. 8, 8, 8, 8. And then presumably 2 more 6s. Inside the legs. And we needed a total of 60. How far off does that put us? That only puts us 4 off, which is the 2 missing from the 2 inner rows on either side. Right, because that's going to get up to 16. So if we could fit 4 more in, we don't have to move anything. I mean, we'd have to recenter these, but like those wouldn't have to move forward. If I move them forward, that doesn't give us enough room in the middle. That just gives us 2 more spaces in the middle. That would probably be dead zone. I don't think it wouldn't earn us space, because these are more than 2 wide, two foundations. It would give us 4. We'd be moving that 2 forward and this 2 forward. Okay. That would give us 4 spaces. It might be something awkward that we can squeeze in there. But I kind of like the idea of these coming out to the edge of the feet anyway. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to move these 2 forward. And we'll find a place for the extra 4. I'm not worried about that. I think this is fundamentally the working design. That's it. It's there for the alignment. felt like that jumped the line just a little bit. Ah. Darn my OCD. Darn this thing for not snapping on the grid. Right there. Okay. I think that is the final resting place of the front row. Caught something that I don't want to catch. Get rid of these because I don't want to keep snapping. They're going to need to move. I don't know what that's connecting to. We'll probably fall out of the sky at some point for doing that, or something's probably shutting down. Alright, they're all temporary anyway. Okay. I don't know if we'll have... We probably won't have foundation out there. After we've piped it, we'll probably delete the foundation. Just have the piping suspended. Just need those for now for the actual piping. And this is going to be a pain because we have batteries in the way. No, we don't. This only has to go to here. Right? Am I right or am I wrong? I'm wrong. Right, we're going to have to go back by 2. That's alright, we can just do it from this side. Brain shutting down. Been playing too long. And that. Oops. That was what I was aiming for. That was.
Comply.
And where is that? Is it in the dirty water? I mean, I haven't made a real effort to find it, but I have looked around when I've heard him say that, and I can't get out of the dirty water. And it's not been obviously in sight. Usually it's just out in the open, a little high up, but... Got it. Starting to rain and things are getting darker. Okay. I think those are in their forever home. These are going to be recentered. These power poles are just talking to each other and no one else, so they can go. The line goes away. But we need to find the center. Okay, so that's the first one outside of the foot. So it's 15. Number 8. Will probably be right in the middle of a... Yep. See, they're exactly side by side. So that's perfect. That means we can use the same alignment that we used over here, and they will be directly across from each other. And then we'll just go out until it looks too far. This needs to be second. Forgetting. It's the second one out. Nope. First one out. Just want to get a better view on the... I always move 1 pixel too many. There it is. Okay, so let's get the 6 down, which will be centered. And we'll start attaching the sides. That's our 6. That's 7. This is our... Okay. Yeah, so that's what that was for. That's the outer boundary. Which, again, I don't think is a problem if we want to add one more on either side. I mean, here we don't need it because that 8's going to go with the 2 6s to get our 20. We'll have to be a little bit creative with the piping because we need 4 groups of 10. But it's not a big deal. You like, you know, these 3 and the first 4 will that'll be 10. No, we need... That's not right. 4 groups of 5. Because 5 times 120 is 600. We'll get creative. We'll worry about the piping later. We can definitely get something to work. That's our 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Excellent. I think we need to switch to the other side and work our way in towards the middle. So we want them up here. I think it was first quadrant and the second one. I know this is the second quadrant, the first one. Come on, gimme. Thank you. Put one off to the side for reference, because you know we'll end up moving this. Almost inevitable. I think this is aligned properly. What are you snapping to? Perfect. Nailed it. 2, 3, 4. Woo! 5 and 6. Look at how that lines up. So nice. So nice. Oop, we lagged there and got spun around. That right there. Grabby, grabby. First of the second one. Second of the first one. Stop jumping. Stop jumping. It's catching right there on something. And it skips over the first pixel. Get a different angle. Lower the sensitivity on my mouse. Probably make this a lot easier. There it is. And these particles or something was are really slogging it down because those were coming in. I could see the frames dropping. Okay. We already know that these line up exact these, so I don't need to go back to the center. I just use the one we already have. I needed 3 of those. No, don't jump forward, please. There it is. Three, 4, 5, and 6. One more on each end. Probably all temporary platforms.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
Number 8. Okay, so that's 2 sets of 20. We just need to squeeze 20 more into here, and we know that we can do at least 16. Now bought ourselves some extra space. What are on these signs? Stuff we don't care about anymore. Oh, the stuff that we refigured out. I'm just gonna do a little bit of that. I don't know why I had to spin around to do that when I could have copied the one that was right next to it. Probably don't need these signs anymore, but reference math is nice to have. They're not in the way. All right. I don't think we can get away with centering these, but I think we're gonna have to do a third row. So let's count this. Putting one behind. It gives us 9. That was already the middle, okay. Put that there to remind us. I think we're gonna have to off-center these. At least as a test to see if we can get a third row in here. Third row being the extra 4 that we need. Although we'd probably group them differently. That is going to the halfway mark of that. That means right here. Right, so we need 5 dead space. Yeah, maybe. 1, 2. I think we can do it. I think this is gonna work. In fact, I don't think we even have to off-center anything. We just have to have them facing a different direction from the pattern, which we can make a pattern into itself. I think this is all going to work itself out. We're just going to do the first ones here. That is not right. That's the center. We're just going to do the first ones, the first row here. See how well we can line them up. Oh, so close. That's perfect. There we go. And then these. And these would be 2 rows. These can be 2 rows of 8. They probably won't be if I can fit, as I expect, another row in the middle. They'll give us 24 spaces. And look, plenty of space here in the middle to fit something else. So that's it. That's all we needed. Space-wise, we got it. It's just organizing. Hey, are you? No, not want to click. What are you snapping to? This is grabbing to something else. I wonder if this pole is... All these poles off the ground, or on the ground. That is going to that pole there. That's how we're powering the water, the fuel extractor, the oil extractor for us to get our plastic. I don't... Oh. Where are you running to? Get rid of that. Repower that. Don't know what this is doing. Something important, I'm sure. I think it's just a relay. I try really hard not to bloop my wires, my poles, so that when I'm disconnecting them, I know that they're important, and so I can replace them. If they're looping, then I have to wonder, well, was that cable necessary? Do I need to follow it to figure out where it goes? That's why I try not.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
I'm going to go with it. We don't need this anymore. That should be going back to the station, so that's a power hub. Yep. And I may have shut down everything else. No, looks like it's getting power. That's now standing alone. We can get rid of that. All of these are going to go away at some point. Okay. So this will be off center a little bit because a row unto itself, but I don't care. So we could have 3 rows of 8, which would be 24. That gives us 4 spare spaces, which I don't think does us any good. Like, we can't go down to all rows of 6 because we would be shaving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 off per side. We'd be losing 10, including 2 of those spare spaces. So we'll probably just center these somehow, however we decide we want to group the watering. It's going to be awkward to begin with, since we're doing in groups of 5, even though we're building them in 6s and 8s. So we'll do 3s and 2s probably. Obviously the 3s will be on the outside because they need to go in. I think we can just do that right now. Or how we want to do that. We're not going to leave the platforms, then they don't need to be. Let's do a test one. All of these, yeah, I think will line up exact with a pipe. That's good. Let's go with our traditional one, like this. Looking good. I think we have a winner. Oop. Suddenly feeling powerless. Let's hit every key except for the one that we're looking for. Okay, so we need to come from the other side. I realize this isn't going to be one pipe. But we'll have it as one pipe right now while we're just placing the... And I'll probably just go ahead and make it all Mark II. Just not sweat the math. Like the three grouping is going to be Mark II because that's 360. 2 grouping doesn't technically need to be Mark VI. Or Mark II. Oh, thinking 600 over the 30 over the 300. Oh, I'm in the dirty water. No power. Let me out. Let me out. That'll be one grouping. And that'll be one grouping. We'll have to pair them up with a couple of standalones from the other side. We have to get a little creative with that. I think it might be, and you might be able to get away with merging them inside the footprint. Help if we connect this. Did I miss any other ones? Nope. Because the wall, whatever kind of wall we end up going with, it's going to be like that. If we do something like that. Because the edge of the edge is right there. Anyway, just kind of as an example. And that side. Let's go ahead and just pipe it, because this has to be done. We'll pipe these and then we'll do the group. I'm gonna go left to right. So let's do it like that. Oh. Oh. I think regardless of what piping schemes we come up with, they're gonna probably all start out at the same height. But we can just generically use the same process of connecting, getting the crossbar. and then just manipulate what crosses are connected to which. Probably. Is that? No, that's right. Why is that? Correct. Okay. Lapse of uncertainty there. And we're not going to need these platforms here for our power. Normally we have to run power poles through them. Because we have the roof above us, well, the floor above us, and we can run hanging power, which means we don't need any of these platforms at all once the piping is run. This goes further, so we need this one to be on the other side. One more. For the same reason. I'm going to just leave those for now because I'm only interested at the moment in this one. That looks correct, yes? Perfect. About reconnecting them once we're ready to group them. Now generic can mark to all of these, even though we don't need to. So this is we have a 3 grouping there, a 2 grouping there. That is totally not what I told you to do. We can switch this to horizontal to vertical. Do something like that. That. And then just wherever we put across. That's one. That's a 600 right there. And simple enough. We'll scientifically line up the cross somehow, but we can do that on either side. So that's our 2 of our groups of 5. That's our outer side accounted for on both. This end and the front. It's 4 of our groupings. And that leaves us it leaves us 2 not used in this row. And 8. Okay. Oh, so nice. This is gonna work perfect. Let me do. Oh, this is we got it. We got it. We're on the money. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Get these placed real quick, and I will set it up. Do these from the ground because I can get under them to target. Another autosave. Another hour has passed. We probably should be wrapping it up fairly soon. Afraid to ask who is still awake. How we are 8.5 hours into the stream. Okay. Jumped after the autosave. Okay, I lost my orientation a little bit. Figure out where I was at. I mean, this really is not live streaming for this long is not ideal, but I need to get these done. So either I'm doing it on live while people, might be hanging out, or I'm doing it not on live. But I'd be doing this either way. So here's the win. Here's the win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need them in groups of 5, right? We have a 3 and a 2, and we have a 4 and a 1. One, 2, 3. 4 and 5. So perfect. That's our 4 groups of 5 on this end. We mirror that on the other side. That's 2 out of 3 of our segments. And we're going to do 8 on either one of these. We have the materials for them. And 4 in the middle, so those 4 will do the same, right? Like where that one is right here is not going to remain. We'll do the 8, or maybe we will. Maybe we'll probably put like 1 here and then 2 in the middle and 1 on the end. But 2 of them will be facing the opposite direction, and they will go out and meet with the other 4. 2 sets of 4 and the 4 center ones. For our other group of 5. And that'll allow us to balance this by having some facing the opposite direction on the other way. So we retain our symmetry, or regain our symmetry. I don't know that we have enough materials for. No, we do not. Ran them out. 7, 14, 17 more extractors. I love it when the math you just kind of put faith in it that if you follow the process, that the math will follow with you. Yay, math. I don't think we're going to bother piping all this stuff tonight. I think we're going to get these last ones in place. Uh, and then decide if there's anything else we want to scrounge together and then call it. Yay, math. That somebody agrees. I knew that sorting out these water extractors would be challenging because they're so large. They're just awkward to work with. I'm so pleased that they managed to actually come out in a beautiful, symmetric fashion. And they're fitting within the blueprint or the footprint of our base. So we didn't have to put them out somewhere else in a big water farm. This is not connected to anything, but it is giving us flight power. No, it's not. The ones above it are handling that. That might be the only connection up to the sky, though. Oh yeah, that wasn't happy about how... Sell down now. I don't know how that row is not connected to power. I thought it was on the other end. Our temporary power network is such a mess. And the only reason we have this wonky power network is because we need them for flight. This is not characteristic of me. I'm trying to keep my head to the ceiling so I can use the power poles and the floor above us. Right. 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's the slug. 5. Oh, we're building on its head. 6. 7, 8. Sounds like someone is occasionally whistling and calling to me. Way inside a pool room? It's an oddly specific location to be calling from. Like, do you hear billiard tables in the background too? Let's see. Need second of the first. And I think the first and second. Oh, right, because this isn't the alignment. Like I said, so maybe are there underwater sirens trying to call me into the water so they can drown me? That's not good. I get an eerie feeling that this isn't right. Second of the second. This better be second of the second. Otherwise, it's not centered. It is, okay. That makes me think of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. where they had the underwater merfolk people who was keeping everybody's friends captive. The Harry Potter universe is really dangerous. I mean, just thinking about what they put their students through, risk, just... It's amazing that anybody survives to graduation. That's all I'm saying. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need to line them up with these two. I need it on the other side. Yoo-hoo! I used to, that reminds me, just way back in the day, I know when I used to play games with a buddy over, we'd use, it was pre, like, Discord and all that stuff, and so we'd always be on the phone when we were talking while playing a game, and I always heard woohoo, like a whistle on his end, just every now and then, just out of nowhere. And I'd mention it to him, like, there it is again. He's like, I don't know what you're hearing. Never found out. It was just what you're talking about. No idea what it was. I was hearing over his phone every now and then. The... You have phone sirens. I mean, we've definitely have, heard horror stories about people gaming until they die in their chair. So, digital death is something that could happen. Okay, that's, I want to pipe these, but I also want to call it. I think probably, I said I wanted to do this entire project start to finish on Livestream. I think that I'm probably going to amend that a little bit to spending probably a few hours during the week getting just some of the piping done on the other floors, because this is the piping for, we have 11 floors of just power extractors. Just forget about all the refineries and everything else. 11 floors of 567 extractors that need to be piped. And that in itself is probably an entire live stream of me just drawing pipes. And I like having people to hang out with me while I do this because it is insanely boring. But I also don't want everyone to unsubscribe because my live streams are just me boringly piping for 8 hours. I wouldn't watch that live stream, and I don't want to ask that. It's, as a content creator, one of the things that we have to keep in mind, and it's easy to lose sight on. When you know, you'll see a lot of content creators, and I'll even mention it sometimes. You know, we quote our analytics, and I've touched on this before, but like, you know, my episodes are a little over 30 minutes long, and if the view time, average view time on my videos breaks like 19 minutes, then it's a really good video. Because it just typically doesn't. And that means, you know, there are people who are watching at least half the video. And it's easy to get discouraged as a content creator. Because, you know, the amount of work that we put into them, it's like, but it's also easy to lose sight on that while we are creating content for free, it's not free, because we are asking people for their personal time, and time is absolutely not free. And I love having people hang out while I'm doing these live streams. But I'm asking a lot of the people who are hanging out. Spend a Saturday watching someone just run pipes. Kind of an unfair ask. Woo, no, then the dirty water. Oh, gross. Get me out. Oh, there's no... Oh, alright, we can get out of here. Anyway, you know, even though I said that I wanted to do this entirely in live stream, I don't think that at least this segment of the build is worthy of the time that I'm asking of you good folk to hang out with me and sit through. So, given how much time it has taken to do the piping that we've done today, and today's been it's been placing machines. We've made tremendous progress today. So not to be mistaken. But we've made as much realistic progress we can make without spending an absurd amount of back-to-back time just doing pipes and conveyors. I've tried to bounce back and forth between doing some of that and then doing some other things to break it up. Did I go from the wrong side? I did. These are not going to line up. That one's going to line up because of... Anyway, what I'm getting at is that I respect my viewers too much to commit to forcing everyone to sit and watch this endlessly. So I'm not going to finish all of it off camera because this is a lot of work and I have other things to do in my life than just this every day. But I am going to amend my original expectations of doing it all on live. And I'm going to find some time during the week to hop in the game and just run some pipe on a floor to listen to a podcast. And then save out. You know, because I still have to spend time also working on the next episode. So there's that as well. So I don't know how much of this I'm going to get done between episodes, or between live streams. Right. But I am going to try to do some of this off camera so that we can do something else on camera, which will probably be more piping. But there's more interesting piping, right? Just piping in general isn't just all bad. Like we need to pipe the crude oil from the different extractors, and we need to come up with a path for how we're going to do that. Where are we going to bunch all that in? How are we going to deliver that to the floors that need to be delivered, and where we're going to do that from? Those are still decisions that need to be made, and I do want to stick to the development of the strategy live. It's still the how are we going to do this? That's what the whole thing's been about, is doing that together. So I won't figure anything out over the weekend, or over the week. I'll just do the mindless stuff that we've already gone over. Like piping the other floor of Packers. Not needed at all. Wow, the lag is real. It just jumped all the way around. So I'll probably at least do the packing floor. Probably won't do the refineries because we haven't discussed the groupings for the refineries yet. We still need to work that out. That just went under, didn't it? Yep. We'll see. Let me get this done here, and I think I'm going to leave the other ones alone. This is finishing the proof of concept, I guess, for the middle row. I'll do the other middle row and the other front rows of water extractors off camera. I'll try to get the packers done off camera on the unpackers upstairs, because it's the same math, just reversed. And together we need to figure out how the refineries are going to work.
Comply.
Okay, so that's the Mercer sphere there. That's the one that's talking to me on this side.
Relaying message. Hello, this is Paternal Figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the
I can
only
probably, if I
remedy
find the
for
time, I can probably pre-pipe the refineries, just not group them. You know, because as long as we get the floating bits done. Let's see here. These are crude. There's not going to be any conveyors on this side. And these are, we can do this just one out. I can use the regular method for these. I think that's right. I don't feel right. That really is, that can't be right. That's got to be it. That's definitely too close. So I can redo. Oh, really? I randomly placed it just that shy. Please give me the line. Thank you. I'm going to do just these anyway because I said I wanted to show the method that I use. Kind of showed on the other. Like I said, unfortunately this won't. See, that snaps to the middle, but it won't snap to the pipe. That, however, will snap to the pipe, but that's not the angle we want that at. It at least gives us the placement. So I'll probably go through and do this much as I can find the time to during the week. We need to do... Alright, we need to delete these. They made it to that, right. It's so easy to... Get back in the rhythm. Do that while we're doing it. And I'm going to leave that there because I'll do that off camera. But see, that's much more efficient than the way I used to do it. But see, I can do this in between without actually doing the math on the groupings, because I mean it's as simple as deleting a pipe in the middle once we figure out how we actually want them grouped. In fact, I might end up just leaving all the pipes out, so that if we have to pipe them, then we don't miss breaking any of them apart. So I don't think about it. We'll see. But that's, yeah. I can do that off camera without costing any of the process of talking about how we want to do this. This whole thing's moving out because we moved the floor out. So I can get some of the refinery stuff done if I have time. And then we can do that together. We can do the math on how much, and the floors will be different because these refineries are doing a different process than the crude to heavy oil refineries. This will be a different grouping. And after we have that, that's it for the logistics. I mean, there's a little bit of conveyor logistics. But we're super close to being done. At least from a design standpoint. All the conveyors and the conveyor lifts together and drawing out the facade. And cleaning it all up. We probably have all of the plastic containers made now that we're going to need. We'll do some math on that later, but we had 9,600 of them produced, so we only need, I think, 6,800. Like if all the machines were running simultaneously, 6,800 per minute is how many we use. But of course we need a lot of overhead for stuff that's being transported and of course backfilling machines. Yeah, it's a crazy amount of work. I'm looking across my spreadsheet right now, and cracking my knuckles on camera is probably not doing real well for the audio. Yeah, 6,800 fuel, and the fuel is 1-to-1 for the containers. And we'll really have to do a lot of logistical planning on the distribution of the fuel to the extractors, to the burners, because we have to spread 2 floors of refineries worth of fuel across 11 floors of extractors or burners. Oh, extractors. Don't know why. But I think I'm going to return a bunch of this inventory back. I'm not going to bother finding out where they go. I'm just going to throw them on the top and let them sort themselves out. toss all of it in. All this other stuff we have at home. You know, it's just... No, we don't need screws in there. We don't need iron plates. Don't think we need heavy modular frames. At this point, it's pretty much... I don't know why I'm giving this stuff back, to be honest, because we have... I think we have 100% of our machines placed. Except for the extractors, the oil extractors. I think we have... Yeah, I don't think we need to put this stuff back. Yeah, just take all. I don't think we need to put it back. I think we're done with the sorting. All the water extractors are done. All the floors are placed. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that when we placed the last water extractor that was it for the machines related to the building. Awesome. Wow, we even closer to done than I realized. I think we need to place 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Crude oil extractors, which I don't know that we have the material on us for that. No, I'm pretty sure we don't. I think we're out of motors. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to wrap this up, but we're going to wrap it up so that we don't forget for next time. We're going to turn these to load. Load. We're going to reclaim our personal inventory that I'm going to need for working on. Not going to be that container. No, I'm gonna give back some of the belting materials because we're gonna use those for belts. We can get more at home. That can all sort itself back out, and we'll use those later because that's Mark IV belts, and I'm sure we'll probably use some. Out of space. What else do I want to give back? We can leave some junk behind. What junk? Once we motors. Okay, leave motors behind because that's what we said we're going to need for the oil extractors. So we'll remember we don't need the oil extractors. We don't need to get encased beams. We just put a whole bunch of them in there. So we just need cable. So we don't need to load anything up because we'll just... Okay. Everything's on site that we need, and I'll do my standard personal restocking anyway. That covers us for the 5 oil extractors. I'm tempted to go down there right now and build them, but I don't want to. I really don't want to. Tell it to dock. And you don't need to come back to here until next week. Oh my goodness. We might be able to finish this. I mean, if I get enough of the piping done throughout the week, we might be able to finish this up next week. I wanted to do this within 5 episodes, but, you know, we'll see. We still have to design the facade. That's not too much. We already know the shape of the building. It's determining the color scheme and material type that we want to use, and probably do something on the front. And then a lot of testing to make sure that the flow rates are working. You know, the piping, how much we need to pump off that building. That's crazy. And I'm going to think about the scheme and how I want to circulate the canisters throughout. As I was talking about earlier, as it's designed right now, the entire power plant is actually slices of multiple power plants running adjacent to each other in parallel. They are closed loops, and I don't want them to be closed loops. So I'm definitely going to consider a scheme for or shifting the canisters over a row each time they get used, so that next time they use them, they get supplied to the next row, the next row, and the next row, so they all offset each other, and one loops back. That way, it's one large ecosystem. And I want to decide where I'm going to do that. If I'm going to do it in the unpacking phase, where I offset the approach of the return of the canisters, or I offset the water bottles at the bottom. I'm thinking I want to do it at the top. But we'll see. But I want to inject, and it's a thing I shouldn't be doing live on camera, because I'm a weird person who likes to sit and watch automation go and things work themselves out. The guys are back on here. See, they vanished again. What I want to do is I want them to recycle from the top and shift over. And what we would do is we would inject all of the canisters in one slice, which means we'd have to have one slice activate going all the way up before they step over. So our factory would start to come online in segments, because the empty canisters would not make it to the next segment until they've made it through one full life cycle. Which would force an equilibrium of the distribution throughout the whole thing, but it would take longer. The other benefit from doing it that way is that the power draw of turning it on would literally cause only segments to come online as they receive the bottles. So we wouldn't be hit up front by the 9.5 gigawatt power drain before segments start to come online and start to generate power. Well, that's not the one I want to go through. Well, I will consider that over this week. I want to try to set us up to finish. Yeah, a stagger activation, right? And it would auto stagger the activation. We wouldn't have to do any kind of intervention to do it, because the canisters would be injecting themselves into the system from one corner and would have to trickle. I hate to use the phrase trickle down, but they would have to trickle down into the other segments as they go, and then it's a closed loop at that point of the entire circulatory system, because there's no feeding back to where the canisters came from, which was the external storage bins. It would also help us monitor trickle up. I was thinking trickle down because if they're shifting over at the unpacking phase, then they're at the top when they shift over and they trickle down to the next slice. But the activation would be trickling up. So yes, actually, I guess it would be trickle up in that case. It would also give us a better measured monitoring of the overhead of containers. As our supply, our static supply starts to drain and get eaten up by machines holding stock and in progress belts holding stock, we'd be able to see how far along, like say once we get through the first double stack container, we can look and see how far along the factory is started up, and that would give us a measurement on how many more containers we might need at that point, and we can start manufacturing of more containers to inject into the system based on that observation. So that's probably what we'll end up doing. It will take longer to activate the whole thing, but it's just the way I like to do stuff, and I think that from a logistics standpoint, it gives us more control of the system. So we'll see. It'll come down to how much time we have. I genuinely want to wrap that project on next stream. There's no way we do it if I don't pipe during the week, and even if I do pipe during the week, it still might be pushing it, just because of the time it takes to troubleshoot all the plumbing and painting the facade and all that stuff. So we'll see how it works out. I also think that I might start later next week. I recently put up a poll for what's the best start time for everyone, and the 4 p.m. Eastern that I start at now won the poll. But anecdotally, most of you guys don't show up at 4 o'clock. I'm usually a couple hours into the stream before people. I mean, we get some early people, but the majority of the people don't show up for 2 or 3 hours into the stream. I know that you guys are around to show up, because if I'm doing a hard space stream, you guys are here at 4 o'clock. Satisfactory, you guys are not here at 4 o'clock. So you might have said that 4 o'clock's your best time, but you're not showing up at that time. So I might start at 5 or 6. We'll see. I can't start too late because it still takes a long time to do all this work, but I might push it back to like 5 o'clock. I start a little later, at least on the Satisfactory streams, and then go back to 4 o'clock on hard space. But if we can wrap this next session, then we can get back to hard space following that. And I want to get back to hard space because we're missing the opportunity to be doing hard space live streams in conjunction with the console release. I've got a bunch of new viewers or subscribers due to the console release of hard space, and none of them are getting to join us on our live streams. And I want to do that before it cools off so much that they're all tired of the game and they're not interested anymore. Might be too late already as it is. And I just want to get back to playing it because, man, I love that game. Lady Gaming, you've been here from the start. This is the first time you've said anything. I figured you'd missed the whole stream. By the way, I haven't checked recently, but I wanted to mention, lady, and you may or may not be aware of it, but your channel does not have a, it's not that I could see a business address on it, email address. So you might want to check your configuration if you have a dedicated email address for your channel. There is a place in the creator's customization where you can put that in so that if people want to reach out to you related to your channel, they can do so. Like I have a dedicated email address that is purely, it's not my personal email address, it's purely dedicated to the channel. But there was no way, if someone wanted to reach out to you, like maybe to do a collaboration or something, there's no contact information on there. Just something I noticed at one point. Thought I'd mention it. Not that I don't have an email sitting around waiting to send. Just I looked at some point and noticed it wasn't there. Anyway, I'm so glad people came out, and lady, I'm glad you joined us from the start. I'm going to I want to consider from a design standpoint, and I need your guys' feedback, or I want your guys' feedback on this. So think about it. What we want the front of the building to look like. I was thinking about, and this is not something I'm good at, doing a. I don't want to use the word pixel art because there's some negative connotations to that, and it's not truly appropriate for the idea I'm having. And I've made no effort whatsoever to try this like on a test world. But we can do. I need to look at. See, I don't need to because I can do it right here. Example of a lightning bolt. We actually have it. So we can do. There is absolutely no reason that I need to be doing this, but I'm doing it anyway. No, the background black. Foreground. Great. Oh goodness, where'd that border come from? Oh well. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It absolutely doesn't matter. I just need to look. So this is literally my first time trying this. I don't need that. I just need a wall. So we can draw pictures with lines. And I don't want to do like a giant, Mario was mentioned earlier. I don't want to do a giant Mario picture or something, and I'm out of material. Oh, this is going so well. I need a few more because I want to work this out. Actually, let's see if we have any in here. Storage. No, we don't. Do we have any in here? One stack. Hopefully that'll carry us. I'm not going to do the whole thing here. Just want to. You probably already see where this is going, but. So like if we draw a giant lightning bolt effectively, so that looks like it's a straight line going down, and we don't necessarily have to use that as our example. But yeah, we could do it like that on a much larger scale. Yeah, no giant Marios. Oh! Ah! Good grief. Ah, that's full. The power pole on my front porch isn't functional. It's not a real power pole. It's holding up the roof. So imagine this being the top of a oh, how do we? Oh, change layout. That's what we need to do. Do that. The words. White. Copy. And then, oh, I don't copy. It doesn't. The settings don't exist until you actually close it once. All right. So we can do something like this on a large scale on the front of the building. And have a giant light, a giant power bolt on the front of the building. And it might look completely tacky. It might look terrible. I don't know that we can make that look good. But we have a gigantic canvas, and I don't want just a straight, boring, flat wall. We need to do something with it. And this was an idea because you can see you get depth, right? So it comes off the wall. And we can do something like a lightning bolt. That was the only thing that came off the top of my head was a lightning bolt of some sort. But this is something to think about. What do we want to do with the front of the power of tower of power? You know, and something to signify what it is pretty cool. Yes, it might look awesome, and it might look terrible. You know, so that's something to consider. You know, if anyone else on here plays Satisfactory and gets bored during the week, feel free to go into a world and draw one of these designs yourself if you're so inclined, and take a screenshot of it. You can always send it to my Twitter. I have Twitter. If you want to contribute, potential designs, and like we might, this might work better with the different, like using the large billboards. Right, it doesn't have to be those squares. My goodness, we can do that. Because it's a, we only need for the corners, we only need small signs, right? So maybe that becomes our block size. And we might overlap. It's like I did on accident, but it was something I was thinking about. Overlapping might allow us to hide the borders, maybe. Can't paste the same settings, it's different type. Well, I mean, you can always post something to a comment. Link to an image. That was just an off-the-cuff idea of a method of presenting a picture. Close. Copy. Would that hide our borders? Nope, that does not hide the borders. I mean, that's okay. It doesn't have to look like it's one large thing. But given the scale, right, we can do something like that. Because it's a huge building. And remember, the building is 21 wide. So the canvas we have is 21 wide. 21 platforms wide, right? Or I guess which is also walls. So we have a pretty generous width. So we want to have a fair amount of space on either side, and to have it kind of centered in it. So that's an idea I had. I've been throwing around, but like I said, I haven't actually tried to work out a design. Because I'm trying to do all this in live. But I might, if I have time, try to work this off camera, get a design. I don't think I'm going to have the time, because genuinely between doing episodes and the time I'm going to have to spend doing the piping, I'm just not going to have the time. And I don't even know what I'm going to do for my next episode. In fact, I think like after we're done here, I need to go into my editor and I need to start editing tomorrow's episode. So I can have it published by tomorrow. I think our next thing to do outside of this live stream, I think next project for the series is aluminum. I don't think there's any putting it off anymore. So probably this week I'm going to be working on where are we going to build our aluminum plant. Start mathing it out. And maybe even start building it on the next episode. I expect to do it over 2 episodes because I don't want to rush the aluminum plant. They are so large. So the first episode will probably be all the prep work, maybe foundations, who knows. And then I don't know, we'll see how it works out. That's what to expect. Tomorrow's episode will cover stuff that we didn't talk about today. You'll have to watch to see what I did to not spend time, to not eat up all of our power. Because I'm trying not to do a big build because we're trying to get our power plant online before we do anything that eats up a bunch of power. So I had to find stuff to do for an episode that didn't draw much more power. I did quietly turn our circuit board manufacturing back online. So our current power draw is including the Spire Coast manufacturing. Remember, we had to shut that off when the whole plant crashed. Everything's stable again, so it's turned back on. With the Case Industrial Beam facility is still shut down, just because we're not using those anyway. We'll get back to those at some point when we need them. But that's going to be it. Let's buy these real quick and then call it. Actually, I'm going to buy them on camera during my next episode because I want everyone who watches those episodes to see how many tickets we had. But I'll buy the Mark V or the Mark III pole, and we'll get these roofs too, because I think we're going to use these roofs on the foot, the feet of the building. Okay, all right. That's it. We're done. Time to take a break. Thank you very much for coming out. I'm so glad to see you guys. Yeah, crashed the planet. Exactly what happened, Jake. And then fell off the planet when I fell into the hole. Be sure to come out next week, where we're going to really genuinely try to finish this project. Hopefully. Check out tomorrow's episode if you're so inclined, and be sure to like it on your way out. Oh boy, another autosave. That's another hour. Yeah, we just crossed the 9-hour mark. That's all there is. Thank you very much for coming out, and thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. It makes this so much more fun, and it is greatly appreciated. And I don't know why that just came out. Have a great night, have a great weekend, and see you next week, I hope.